Good.
All right, welcome back to another session, guys. Looks like we're still in space, and we're on a giant spaceship.
Indeed.
Let's go explore. The things we found so far in the spaceship have been a electric cat, cosmic cat. It was feisty, as in did 1,000 damage to me. But lucky for me, I invested in the spirit pillar, and I got this thing called Even Further Beyond, which allows me to use my willpower characteristic on top of my soak, and I survived. So that was nice. And there was also a ammunition storage place that we found an ancient cultivator torpedo. So the idea today is to go even further beyond into the spaceship. Yeah.
To infinity.
For duality to work on the ship, because they're a great master, and I love my moons. So good. So kind.
Yeah. Well, that's something I've always wanted to say that's from this radio play back home. Let's split up, gang!
All right. Well, sounds good to me. On. All right. I'll continue doing what I was doing, and you guys continue doing what you're doing.
I'm going exploring one. Or we can either all split up and take a corner each, or if we're all doing training still or anything.
No. We're going into the ship.
Okay.
This is a new point of interest that we'll have to get used to by the time we're in our cosmic adventures. So might as well get to know the place, eh?
Indeed.
Agree.
I think we should. Do you guys think it would be a bad idea if we stopped by the Wanderer and asked, like, is there anything known in certain directions of the ship besides the unknown?
What's the fun in that, though? You need to fail to find out the interesting quirks of the ship.
Okay, but if the walls start looking, I don't know, fleshy, just turn around and rendezvous back at the flesh walls.
Well, everyone knows it's too late by the time you see the flesh walls.
Reggae Space Voice has told us not to just accept our fate. Excellent. Okay. Sounds good. All right. I'll go this way, and we have our communicators if we ever need to come back.
Yes, of course. I feel like the vibes are this way, so I'm going this way.
Ooh, follow the vibes. Excellent.
The over the table, the player in me is just like, this is how we all die. This is... But the cultivator in me says, this is going to be fun. I will go in this direction.
Splitting the party has never ended poorly.
I mean, we did that last time. We split up. I was searching. So.
And almost died. To buy something for it.
Well, you gotta watch out for the cosmic creatures. You're, they're dangerous.
Again, if you see flesh walls, just run away. Beat back with everybody.
What is with you and these flesh walls? Are you, did you find something in this ship?
No, but, I got turned into a tree. I don't know what flesh walls would do to me, but hang on. How many of us have to deal with flesh anymore?
Me. I still have flesh, I just don't have blood.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know, getting stuck in a wall for all eternity that you just were walking down the hallway kind of sounds like it sucks.
I wouldn't say all eternity. I'm sure one of us would come looking for each other.
There's a voice from the intercom. It's Wanderer's voice. The second teaching of the Space Road is always build yourself an SOS beacon. Especially if you're a junior. If a senior comes across an SOS beacon of a junior, they are obligated to help. But if we can't find you, because you're so teeny tiny, then it's no longer our fault. So if you're trapped in these flesh walls, you can feel the air quotes. Make sure you have an SOS beacon.
I think that's a good idea.
It's of your design or make. It's a free-form, scream in all directions, help me. And it needs to last for quite some time, and needs to be able to operate independently from you in case you become incapacitated.
Okay.
Earnestly, you shouldn't have to worry about flesh walls here. You will have to worry about it if you come across the Space Hulk.
Understood.
Who knows what goes on in those places?
Well, either of you guys know how to make a really long-lasting, loud SOS beacon?
I mean, I could put one into the uniforms. That's one thing I could do.
We could work on something external that we could place somewhere.
You'll need to rely on each individual's self SOS, such as if the SOS is tied to someone else's ability, that's not an SOS.
Because if suddenly the Ori gets broken and our suit's gone, that's not great.
Correct. You can have it as a backup, or if in case that's your primary, you can use the backup. Always have something. Redundancy is the third rule of the Space Road. Always have backups for your backups.
I like that rule.
I think that's a good rule as well. I think oh, damn it. Hang on a second. Oh. My memory palace is failing me. Damn it.
Okay, well, it shouldn't. So the GM will step in and help you, because it shouldn't fail you. You can, where did I place that book of information?
Mm-hmm.
But it never fails unless there's some sort of breach.
I looked through my notes again. I think... Yeah. The holy geometric might be a very useful way to have it as an SOS beacon. I think that would be...
That'd be great.
Yeah,
hey! You!
That.
What the hell is that? Help me! Is that holy geometrics? I'm on my way!
Say no more.
You'll definitely get some interested parties. Like, hey, where'd you get that little guy? I made it. Oh, you were so precious. I'm not sharing you with anyone.
I feel like, well, at least the Wanderer would probably be like, hey, well, let's
I had first dibs.
War.
Fight me. You think you're not kidding? Well, absolutely there would be a war for a holy practitioner. Holy geometrics practitioner? Oh, yeah. Wanderer would fight over you guys. Other factions would. Be like, hey, why are you fighting a little over me? Well, for one, you got some cool stuff there. Two, I want it, but I can't take it from you. So you're going to join us. We're going to give you everything you wanted and more, and then you're going to give us things.
All right. I gotta figure out words and combinations that can make sounds in an SOS beacon.
I don't
think it doesn't have to make sounds. It could be a beep or a pulse of energy or a, hey, look at all this fire in space. Why is there so much fire in space? That's not a star.
And you just need to remember that it's what you put on the device. So, like, literally get yourself some type of device that does an SOS, and then just throw holy geometrics on it, and it's like, oh, now my SOS beacon isn't shit anymore. It's like an actual holy geometric SOS beacon. So I think you'll be okay. All
I
depends on how
also
you want to
gotta
utilize it.
yeah. Okay, with Holy Geometrics so far, I've only been able to activate it and then it's gone, and then I'm just like, I feel like I don't know how that would react with a thing that just turns on and stays on for a long time. I don't know if it would keep it going or if it would just be flavored as hey, this is a Holy Geometric SOS.
It's all about the
Or-
item. For example, the sword you put holy geometrics on, it's not gone. Like it still contains the item.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm still very scared of that sword too. I'm happy that it's contained right now, but I'm just like, oh man, it's like a delicate nuke.
I've only had to threaten to use it once.
Oh, okay. Dang. Alrighty. Well, for this ship, we probably won't need an SOS, but it's also a good idea to follow the rules. Does our well, just BRB. I don't know if our suits have walkie-talkies.
They do.
Okay, cool. Then perfect.
We can communicate with each other. It isn't the suits. We have a Starfleet
yeah,
pin that we can press.
hell yeah.
Talk to each other.
What is
We've
our
had that since
Starfleet
before the
thing?
suits.
Gotcha.
I think it's like the Zava's symbol or something.
Gotcha. Makes sense. Well, I mean, I guess we pick a random direction. Is there any signs around us?
Signs? What part of the ship are you on?
Well, in my mind, we were outside of the ship, outside of where the ship duality is fixing our ship. I can't remember the name of our ship
For
now.
brief periods of time, and then we went back in.
Ship's name is Good Ship. Good boy.
Good ship.
The good boy.
Beautiful. So I guess wherever the docking bay of our ship would be is where I was thinking most of this was happening, because we were doing decompression training, and so I figured that was on our ship while it was being upgraded on the side, just
Well, the ship is being deconstructed right now, not upgraded.
Okay.
There are
Well-
still parts in which you can do decompression training.
Okay, gotcha. Wherever that was then, and what was it? The energy entropy, but in my mind, I thought we were outside of a docking bay.
Okay, well, looking around, there are no major signs that glow for you to see, but there are light strips in certain symbols. And when you get close to one of them, then you can read the small print for a sign. Looks like it's kind of short form, so you can see across large distances.
Okay.
We'll have you roll a 1d6, because there are 6 signs that you could just float towards.
Number 1.
Yeah, just go to the closest one, sure.
Awesome.
Looks like engineering bay.
Interesting. Okay. Hey, Lyron, do you have any interest in the engineering bay?
The engineering bay?
Yeah.
I mean, if there's some artifice there, I guess I could search that place.
Let's see. Can I look at all 6 of the signs and what they say? Or what are the shorthand signs for everything?
Those are just symbols.
Okay.
To understand what they say, you have to go to each of the symbols and read the sign underneath.
Yeah, can I go to each sign?
If you'd like.
I would like to. I would like to see what all of the options are that in this area.
The 2!
Number 2.
Whee! Oh. Five. Six.
Is 5 where we went in the first time?
Yep, that's how you get in and out of this particular chamber.
Gotcha. So we have engineering bay and machine bay and let's see. The containment, I'm guessing, is something akin to prison because it wasn't called large storage. So
Or it could be hazardous materials.
could be that too. I don't know. I think engineering bay sounds pretty interesting. You want to go, Laren?
Well, I was gonna go to the engineering bay. I don't know about you.
Well, yeah. I was going to go with you.
Oh, sure.
Machine bay does sound interesting, but at the same token, let's see what the difference in between machine and engineering is.
All right, well. Heading to the engineering bar.
The engineering bah?
Bah.
Bah. Yeah. It's pretty large, but not big enough for a ship per se. This is where you would build, design, produce, modify, repair, improve individual parts. It is big enough to wheel in and wheel out large parts, like a whole thruster nacelle, but you still have to break it down, and they will assemble it in the zero-G zone.
Are there any like quarters here? Like not necessarily like sleeping quarters, but
Office?
break rooms and stuff, and like an office.
Of course.
I'm gonna go explore that to see if there's any engineering manuals, which would be probably like useful for space artifice.
Have you roll luck on that?
Okay. Oh,
I'm here to give you a reroll, my friend. Why don't you roll
Oh,
that with
good.
with the fate points?
Rolls a 92.
Rolls a 92. Reroll
Alright.
it again. 93. Okay, we're done. Yeah.
You can re-roll that one more time
Oh, okay.
with twin fates, one
that-
less, but it is a 50 now instead of a 55.
Oh, that is because it's got the 5 better luck.
Yes.
No manuals. You do find in the office where those schematics go. They go into a pneumatic system, which is stored in the archives somewhere deep on the station. All together.
Ooh.
Gotcha. Are the books here like electrical tablets, or like do we have like Star Wars, Jedi, like those type of books, or
Not sure. There are 3 tubes, each labeled differently. You do find data slates and the equivalent informational slate in the lockers set on materials or equipment that you could pick up and read. They're not blueprints per se, but they are basically cross references of a portion of a blueprint of a part that needs to be made.
Gotcha. Okay, so kind of like individual board designs or
Yeah.
something similar. We have pieces.
Of grid section 4A-J, we take the cross section, so we only need that one part out of the entire grid. And then we put it on a slate. And we take that slate and we plug it into the machine. The machine goes, "Ah, yes, I remember back in my day that I have made a few of these. Let's do it again."
Is there a fabricator in here?
There is.
Awesome.
It's of a design you have never seen, and it sticks out. It's very fancy. And then you find in the back one in its own special room. It's a bit smaller, but it looks very alien. It's even purple a little bit.
Huh. Okay.
It's ominous, the one in the back. But this will build just about whatever you could think of. It also looks rugged. It has extra armor plates on places for no reason other than it can house an armor plate without interfering with the machine's abilities. It has multiple force field generators. One to protect from outside damage and one to protect a lot of the internal. So basically it has a force field facing in and out in case something goes wrong on either side.
This thing's made to build anything.
Not anything, most things. The one in the back is designed to build anything.
Ooh.
This thing's just sturdy then, Jesus.
Mm-hmm. The one in the back looks like it's made of like electromagnetically connected stones that are this gunmetal sheet black with purple hues in it. Yeah. If you've ever seen the kind of theme you would get from either Doom or Dead Space, that little stone edifice.
Okay.
It feels kind of like that type of stone. It's seeping some sort of energy that it's all wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seeping some sort of energy.
Yep. No, even for you, you feel disgust even from this energy.
I already have terror. Why not whatever this is? It seems like a bad idea.
I mean, hey, you do you, bud. I won't want to stop you, but
Yeah.
if you get space cursed, I don't know exactly how to deal with that, but I got rid of mine.
Yeah. Fortunately for you, since it is in a back room, by the access door handle there is a red piece of tape. There's also a black piece of tape.
Is there a color chart somewhere around here that explains the tape colors? Is there something somewhere that says don't touch these because?
You can ask the intercom because you're always being watched by one of those spindles.
Gotcha. So, Wanderer, you there?
Yes.
What does the tape? Well, not just the tape, but like, what's that energy? What exactly is the warning that we shouldn't touch that?
Let me locate you on station. Oh, engineering bay. Specifically for ship repairs. So, as I mentioned before, red tape is please don't touch. This is something precious to me. I went to great efforts to acquire it. As long as it doesn't have a red piece of tape, you're free to take it or play with it or take it apart or whatever. A black piece of tape is you will most certainly die if you interact with it.
Okay, gotcha.
It's kind of my warning of play with at your own risk, and that risk is certain death.
Is this tape distinguishable from me, by the way?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Oddly enough, you can see the colors.
Hear the colors.
Yes, you can hear the colors. C/here, yeah.
I haven't even taken anything right now. Oh, crazy.
Yeah. As you, unfortunately, you can't see this, Lyron, but Poe, On the other side of the glass, you see this energy start to form gobulets, and they start to stretch their way out of the stone, and it's just hundreds of droplets starting to reach towards the glass. Slowly.
Hey, well, you know what? It has red for please don't touch it, it's mine, so let's respect her wishes. I try to just, like, kind of lead Lyran, just like, let's just get a little bit further away from the thing we shouldn't touch.
Oh, don't worry, I lost interest in trying that.
Oh, good.
The fabricator you're most likely looking at is called the Corruptor. It can corrupt any item to become anything else.
Ooh.
Usually violently and forcibly. In its...
Okay. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Lyran,
It
did
also
you
works
have...
on people.
Ooh.
Been used in the past to make new bodies for certain people who are running out of time and want to start over. Or turn one person into a person they killed as punishment.
How the... Okay. Like,
It is
just
called the
thing?
Corruptor. It is a one-of-a-kind artifact. In fact, you probably wouldn't even understand the grading system we have at that tier, so. How about this? Let's bet I will give you a void coin if you can figure out what tier this artifact is without asking around. Because if you let the others know that the Corruptor is here, they will be knocking on my doorstep for it. So don't do that.
Understood. I don't know the different tiers whatsoever.
Yes, you'll be learning this at most likely school. You will be sent to school.
Okay. Alright, so don't mention the Corruptor, but figure out what tier it is.
Yes, figure out the entire breadth of it. If you do get the full list, which I'd be surprised, because there is the open list, there's the closed list, and there's the redacted list. This would most likely be on the redacted list.
Redacted. Oy, okay.
Yes, we have 3 tiers of value. One is openly shared, one is not openly shared, and the other one is hidden from all people, except for those who know.
So this would be on the redacted tier?
Yes. Well, on the list. There are many tiers on that list.
Understood. Still tiers past redacted. Alrighty.
Yes. So,
yeah. For this very I will keep that in mind, and I will keep the void coin as motivation. Well, not keep it, but anyways. For right now, Lyran, did you have anything else within the engineering bay that looked of interest that you wanted to mess with? Or
No, I was mostly interested in finding where those documents were going.
So
getting a head start on my artificing. If ship
you can
artificing.
give me 2 more luck tests to check the lockers.
Oh, okay.
In the
I'll
change room.
pick 2 more.
Can I?
There's 1 and 2. There's
Can I
nothing
try
else.
and help him out?
Yeah.
I'd like to. I like the
I'll
idea.
give
Okay,
you
never mind.
2 fate rolls as well.
2 rolls.
Hey!
So for the 9, the question is, do you want it to be a 1? Because I can make that happen.
I mean, that'd be really, really lucky.
It's up to you. You gotta say, Savalaire, help me out.
No, I would gladly accept the help. Is that resources you want to spend on this?
100%.
It might come back.
Okay, then yes.
So out of my 5 tumbleweeds that are temporary, that's going to reduce that by
4? It's already reduced by 5, right?
Yeah. So I actually only need to spend 4, and then you have a 5 reduction from hard luck. So
nice. So we got a 1 on luck.
Yep.
Sweet.
Oh, so the luck roll became a 1A.
Yep.
Hard luck coming in hard there.
Uh-huh.
And Lyron, you can reroll one of yours as well with the fate point.
Oh. Also, have you been rolling to see if you get yours back?
For tumbleweeds,
You
nope.
don't. Not the temporary ones.
Not for the temporary ones. For fate points, I don't think I have something unless I'm on my prayer mat, and I'm also exploring. So,
Fair enough. So let's say a 34. No, 33 for mine. And the 1. So we probably got 2 thingies.
Getting your fancy thing. Just takes a little bit to type.
Tippity tappity tippity tappity.
Yep.
Hmm.
Uh-uh. Getting the words, because the words are the hardest. You guys know about the words, right?
The bird?
The words are hard.
Yep. Where did the word go? Why is the rum gone?
Oh, that's my bad.
A crystal etched reversed hollow abyss essence, nebula shrouded, full 6-dimensionally sided art, perfect 100 out of 10, 1 of 1, wholly geometric protected, sun chaser mythical beast nurses the second star of creation.
Okay.
Huh. Well, that doesn't look like an engineering thing, but for some reason I feel like people leave these types of things in lockers all the time.
Yeah, they just have one.
Not in a locker. It's in the locker, but it's tucked away in the lining of a spacesuit, like a protective talisman.
Well, it's wholly geometrics protected. That's going to stop a lot of things. Did the 33 get anything?
What are you talking about? That's what the 33 got.
Nah, that was the 1.
Yeah, all right, Jim, give us the 1 now. If that's what we get on at 33, let's go.
It's a ghost hollow version of the same card.
Ghost hollows are reserved for earthly cards.
Oh boy. Okay, so wonder what space gets.
No, they get nebula, shrouded, or abyss in essence. Yeah.
And this has both.
Yeah. It's a 1 of 1, 10 out of. It's 100 out of 10. Perfect card. And then, of course, you find a red sticker on it. Ah!
Ooh.
Is there a red sticker on it?
No, there's not.
Oh, okay. It's like, oh, this is cool. I know. Get your dirty hands off of it.
Exactly. Now, leave it alone.
You found my most treasured possession. You must die.
How could you possibly have found it stitched in the lining of a random locker throughout the station?
Lucky, I guess.
Yeah, man.
Gosh dang it! You've been here for like a week!
Like 5 days, I think. But yeah.
What was it? The
33, you find a perfectly functional, not a full spacesuit per se. It's not. It's zero G engineering suit.
Ooh.
Comes with a tool belt that you can put your tools on. And there's a little series of little strings that have the little pulley cords. Like you would with the lanyard. Like you pull out the lanyard and then you let it go and go zip. For all the different tools that you would use. Once you're done with it, you just let go and it just goes, pulls it in and reconnects it to the tool belt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I think I'm gonna go try to find this, I guess, information center that these pneumatic tubes go through.
I will follow you. I kind of want to look at what I found and study it some and figure
it's
out.
pretty to look at.
What exactly is this?
It's a collector's card.
Oh, it's a card. Okay.
Yeah, it's a card. Think of from like if Pokemon went to the stars and had even more ridiculous rares.
Nice. And somebody put holy geometrics to protect this card.
Yes, they probably played a fortune.
Okay. And this is a card similar to just how regular Pokemon is, as in it's just a card?
Oh,
Or
yeah.
is it...
Oh yeah, there's a dirt cheap version of the exact same card that isn't fancy. But instead you can
Probably
pay
a,
$1 million space bucks to get a cool one.
It's probably a Tempestari card. It's my guess.
It's something similar to your world card?
No,
Or...
No.
no.
No,
So it's not a power.
Johnny might be onto something. Because Tempestari has taken full swing in the Solicon sector. Cards like this are fought and killed over. Because if you're able to play this card in any of the games of Tempestari, you basically win, unless they have something of equal power.
It's not a ban list?
There is no ban list. The ban list is, are you able to physically play it? because when you're in a game of Tempestari, certain cards have weight.
How heavy is this?
It's weightless for now
Okay, until you play it. Okay.
until you enter a game, and then you go, I'm gonna play this card.
Okay.
Loud anime grunting.
Well, and frankly, I don't know the card game, but is this the fact that it's so protected makes me think it's powerful. But like, is there text on the card, or is it just you played the card and you won?
Is Tempestari just you make up the rules of the cards as you play them?
I actually have rules of the game, and like a series of themes you need to follow when you make this card. This one has 3 lines of text, 3 bullet points. The first one is Omni.
Hold on, because I'm putting this in the notes then. Okay, bullet point, Omni. Okay.
Creation, which is the second one.
Yep.
And Obliteration is the third one.
Obliteration.
So he has 3 powers you can use in any order. It has a function for its attack and defense instead of numbers. It has star and factorial for both its attack and defense.
Okay, so hang on a second. You said star in factorial is equal to attack and defense.
Yep. And the asterisk representing a star is determined by all or any stars in play. If there are 0 stars in play, this creature perishes immediately.
Okay, so
Which means you need a card that literally says star.
stars play.
Now there is a gimmick that you could potentially do. If you have another card that says play the text of the abilities on the card before checking whether it lives or dies, you can use the creation to create a star.
Okay, so
And you can choose the opponent and go obliterate. It's not just limited to a board state. You can be like, I obliterate the opponent, or his life total, or whatever he's up to.
I obliterate his wallet. Hey, you want to buy this card?
Yeah.
Okay. I will probably ask more on this, but
Sure. Wanderer will be willing to buy the card from you. It's not
Sure.
going to be cheap, but they're a Tempestari player, and it's a shame they didn't find that in their own stupid space station.
you said it's called Tempest Astari?
Tempestari.
Tempestari.
Yeah.
Does it have 2 eyes at the end?
It does!
Might actually have access to it in the chats.
Who does that?
Actually, no,
I
it's
should
locked.
probably-
It's locked for people. That's what it is.
Let me put you 2 into the Tempestari chat. Let's go to server settings. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
Spacemen.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, hold on. We can just go to the channel. Edit channels, permissions, add member roles. Let's add. You guys blue seekers or red seekers?
I think
We're
fuck.
you're talking Discord, right?
We're
Yeah,
red.
Discord roles. Is it red?
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. You guys have access to it.
Cool.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yep, there are 3 factions. This would be part of the Outsider faction, which is not of the main 3 factions. It's an expansion faction.
Look at us go.
Yep. It was kind of funny, but before I found the divorced dads,
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was great.
yeah, divorced dads. I was like, oh man, I think I came up with a really cheesy, dumb game, and then I watched Divorced Dads. I'm like, oh, they did it better by a long shot. Do you know the card, the holographic house, sells for like $5,000? The funny part is, one of the videos, he actually did pull the holographic house, and he just puts it down and doesn't know what to do with it. He's like, "This ain't real. This isn't happening," and he just ends the stream. He's like, "No." Very funny, but yeah. So there's a Tempestari card. Its tier is 15.
Okay.
Cards usually only go up to 10.
Gotcha.
There is significant difficulty in playing the cards because once you get cards like 7 or higher, they start to become difficult to play without the appropriate strength to play it.
Like physical strength?
Spiritual, mental.
Everything strength.
Yeah.
You have to run the gauntlet to play this card.
Yeah, and you can also eventually curate your deck so that none of the cards require physical strength to play. They just require psionic, like, power.
Or you're just the muscle man that walks in with your deck, and then people get terrified.
I'm here to play cards. What type of deck
Only
are you
the
playing?
biggest cards.
I play
No
Space
synergy.
Station. I brought it in on my back. Oh, that's big Space Station. It has big guns. Space Station with big guns shoots big guns at stupid dinosaur.
What's the theme of your deck? They are heavy.
Who are you? I am the heavy.
This is my weapon.
Hold on. Tune down your I have a voice thing for this. I don't know how loud it is, so I'm gonna play it.
All of you are babies!
Alrighty.
Yeah. You have been introduced to Tempestari. The only way into Tempestari is if someone brings you in or you find a card just lying around. You
Well,
can't get into the game if you want to. You have to be brought in or, luck your way in.
okay. Gotcha.
Mhm.
Alrighty. I'll hold on to the card for now. You guys haven't heard of this game before, I'm guessing?
Never in my life.
Nope. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, maybe there's a card game. We'll find a card shop in space.
The sweatiest places in the universe.
It's like it's also a gym because it's both just like the sweatiest nerds, but also some really buff nerds.
Look, I put this in the game specifically in case somebody was like, I'm going to play Yu-Gi-Oh! In a cultivator game. I'm ready.
Okay.
I capture these demon beasts and turn them into cards. And then when I'm fighting someone, I somehow force the game into a Dao battle, which then forces it into a duel, and then we play duel monsters. And
Oh, you didn't bring a deck? That sucks for you.
I'm about to turn your life points to 0.
Looks like
Does
you
that
get
kill
sent to
me?
the
No,
shuttle
you
room.
lose and are shamed forever in a children's card game. It's
And
far
also,
worse.
you are sent to the Shadow Realm. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
but
Oh, that's just kind of like a tertiary effect. Really, it's the shame of losing a children's card game that
Yeah.
I fear.
There is only one other player who has an equally rare card.
oh yeah,
Yep, he's from the Tuesday game.
nice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we have the firefighter.
Yep. They have a firefighter, which actually can directly counter your card because your card is a fire card. Although how he's supposed to counter a star is unknown, but he's the greatest firefighter in the entire cosmos.
At least that's what his
Looks
Twitch
like-
chat says.
Yes.
Listen, whenever
His abilities are
I see-
extinguish any fire. So, who knows how he does that?
extinguish the fusion reaction of a star.
Stop it! Card's like, oh, my star's gone. I'm leaving. Yeah.
Just imagine the firefighter that turns to evil because he sees the sun. He's just like, I must put out this fire. You plunge the world in darkness. It's a fire.
And I must fight it.
All the major cards have just 3 abilities, but they're usually like really open-ended and busted. Like Firefighter Man has extinguish any fire, rescue any card, or cards as in plural, which means if they've been destroyed or if they're in a problem, he's just like, I rescue you. Deploy is the third one. Just deploy Firefighter asset, which could be, I don't know, alluring god. I can't say that. What's that? The Durin Lagan?
Gurren Lagann?
That's the one! It's with a G instead of a D. Gurren Lagann, sized firefighting robot, like Cosmos sized.
Nice.
The Durian Lagann. Smells real bad.
But yeah, you have a powerful card. Most decks are built around just one of those cards. Most people don't have them.
I think that this card might serve us better if I sell it. While I myself do love a good card game, I feel like
Well, we're not heading for cash at the moment.
we aren't.
Yeah, you can hold on to it. You can also sell it to somebody who plays. You can also beat people in a competition so far above your weight class, and you're like, I beat you in a children's card game. It's like, but how? All right, I guess I gotta honor our bet. It's another way to challenge somebody for something. Not everyone plays, but those who are like serious about it usually are the higher end masters who've been around, found some cards, started collecting. Kind of like, I know it's a children's card game, but this is kind of fun.
Yeah.
And I mean, you can even
I don't
imagine
want-
that. Go ahead.
Sorry, I don't want to build my cultivation around Yu-Gi-Oh, but the ability to challenge and just like settle things, I think I understand, and yeah.
Imagine yourself at an opportunity, and you're fighting tooth and nail to secure the legacy because it's just ideal for you. And instead of challenging the apprentice, you're like, all right, well, I have to beat you, and then the masters will get involved, and then it gets really messy. I challenge your master, and he's like, you fool. Are you going to let me challenge a junior? To Tempestare. Oh, now we're talking.
All right,
You
bet.
rub it. All right, bet. You beat me in Tempestare. We'll leave. Yeah, to the Shadow Realm.
Just what was it? Reveal yourself as Malik from the Yu-Gi-Oh show. Just like, oh yeah, this game got a lot more serious all at the very end.
My Millennium Artifact lets me.
There are my equivalent of Millennium artifacts for the Tempestari set. I kid you not.
For now, I'll pocket this and yeah. Let's see. Do we want to look at the machine bay? Lyron, did you go in a different direction?
I started following the pipes,
Pipes. Right. Archives. My bad.
the pneumatic tubes.
So, Trumpo, now that you've been introduced to Tempestari, and you're deciding to keep the card, anytime you roll a doubles while searching station, it'll be a card.
Oh, okay, cool.
100 included. That's a double.
Gotcha. Okay. Kept card.
And you're just training your willpower, right?
No, I'm searching through the ship too.
Oh, good, good.
We're all on an adventure.
Adventure time!
Yeah, that show. That show we do every Saturday.
Yeah. Let's see. I know the machine bays, the barracks, or you're following for the archives for those. Let's see. Anything? Is it well? Savalair, what would you like to explore?
I'm gonna go to the storage area so I can find myself a giant battery. Or a small battery that's giant inside. That's the plan.
Let's see. I would say that. Let's see. I'll go with you to the storage, and then I'll end by going to the machine bay because that could be interesting.
Cool.
And then I'll just see if I can loot around and try to find Tempestari cards.
There you go.
The moment you walk in, all the robotic help that's been put in stasis move their heads and all look at you.
Okay, not this type of storage I thought it was.
Wait,
There's a lot of machinery.
Oh, okay. We're in the machine place.
Yeah, in the machine bay. There's also a lot of machines, robots.
Gotcha.
They look like they're covered in dust, and the fact that you just opened the door, they all kind of turned on their sensors and looked to your direction simultaneously. It is as creepy as you're imagining it.
Well, hi guys. We'll get back to you. We will return. We're not going to leave you stuck in there forever. But we'll be back. I slowly close the door.
Yeah, you just see these red sensor dots in the dark as you close the door.
Let's go to the storage place.
It's filled with damaged parts, brand new parts, stuff that are still in the protective packaging. Half of the room looks like it's devoted to new and stored parts, and the other half looks like should be parts that can be either salvaged or repaired.
Savalair, you were looking for batteries?
I was looking for a portable battery I could have. I'm trying to think of a good home for the cat that is out and about.
Okay. When you start poking around, a enormous spider clamp mechadendrite from the ceiling kind of flows down, and it has this big sensor in the middle and a bunch of little sensors throughout the clamp. Do you need assistance in moving hardware?
No, thank you.
You are not wearing appropriate safety gear or possessing appropriate equipment. You are not to move any of the contents within the storage without my assistance or appropriate accommodations.
Oh, wonderful. Well, we are in your care then. I am looking for a battery.
Batteries are in section 4.
Ah, I
And the little
appreciate
lights
that.
on the floor start to move towards section 4.
I walk towards section 4.
Batteries of all shapes and sizes. Section 4 is divided into A and B sections.
Okay.
Damaged and brand new.
Damaged and brand new, eh?
You can roll luck for both, but only one.
Aha! I have that skill. 1d100.
I have
94.
permitted the luck roll skill.
And the second one. So that was A, and this is B. 65. Well, I have fate points for both. I might as well use a fate point on the first one. 45. And a fate point for the second one. 97. Oh, wonderful. So that's brought me down to 3. 45 is not a bad number, but it's not what I'm looking for. And 45 is the damaged one, A, and then B is the right one for the new ones for 97. I will do Twin Fate here for the 45 and the 97. There was the first one, 68, and the second one. Ooh, there we go.
That do be a 1.
That's a one. Oh yeah.
The Wanderer's just like, I should have searched this place way better.
I mean, he has his projects. Can't go for the little things like the juniors. They got big picture plays. We're just like, where's the loot at?
Just the orcs in space, just like, well, what's here? They got some good scrap.
So, if you'd like your mat, I can use the Destiny fragment. And the idea here is I'm looking for a battery that can house the cosmic creature of the electric cat that I found. So that was my whole idea, my whole vision for coming to this place in the first place, to try and find a battery. But if you want to do something different with it, that's completely fine too. There's always lots of options to use for batteries for my people or whatever. But that's what my main goal was when trying to find something in this area. So yeah, do it as you will with that information.
You find a comically large AA battery.
Ooh, tasty.
It looks like a AA battery. It does not put out AA battery like power though. It puts out a little bit more, just a smidge.
Okay.
Just the largest battery.
So
yeah.
And is this for the one for the or is this for the 68?
This is for the 68.
Okay. And
the
for A
one
section,
is
okay. I was wondering, is A section's the broken one and B section's the not
other way around?
Other way around. Okay, so I got one on the broken side then, because I did A and then B.
You find what looks like a slightly cracked large coin.
Okay.
It is discoloration around the crack. The coin looks like it used to be a perfect platinum disc.
Gotcha.
Not to be confused with a platinum chip from New Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
But it has a crack along it, and the platinum around the crack is heavily discolored. Corroded even.
I will say to the giant hands in the sky, I would like to pick up this item here. Small one, with your assistance.
It looks at you like it doesn't understand.
Oh. This platinum chip here.
It still looks like it at you like.
Oh, do you not see this thing? I point to it. Do you see anything here?
Yes.
What do you see?
An object in containment.
Can you pick up the object in containment?
No.
Oh, I see. Well,
How am I supposed to locate the object without spatial coordinates?
I see.
Yeah, everything is labeled. Everything
Yes.
has positional coordinates.
Okay, good to know.
So it's kind of like, I need you to pick up in section 4, position 13, row 4.
Chungbo, can you read this out to me? What
Sure
is
thing.
I point out to this thing here, this platinum chip.
Then you have to tell it where to put it, which is also spatial coordinates.
Oh, interesting.
Yep.
Hmm.
Interesting indeed.
There must be a drop-off location of some side.
You'll have to find out what that particular sequence of words is.
Yes, but I think the first step is to record where the location is so we can get it next time.
Sure.
So I'll point out to Chungpo. Can you help me? Can you read this for me?
Sure thing. How hard is it to... Can I just do that?
How hard is it to what?
To read out what he needs me to read?
A logic test might suffice.
Logic. Well,
What'd you get?
10 degrees of success.
I'll do it. It's a very logical accounting system. See what I do there?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's pretty easy to use. You even find the drop-off point. It takes you a couple extra minutes to kind of understand. You also find a clipboard on the wall that has a series of really basic locations. There's also basic commands like auto sort into available empty space within section.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty logical, and there's some commands on here that are more generalized commands for speed and efficiency. But using the clipboard and your logic, you can locate the exact positional and filing coordinates for that platinum chip.
Gotcha.
Not only that, have it pulled into an appropriate containment for transport, then have it delivered to the drop-off zone, and then remove that object from inventory. Because that's also important. Because if you take something out, you should probably be like, hey, it's no longer there.
Gotcha.
But that's what your 10 gets. It gets you the whole shebang using Big Brain.
Big brain indeed. So we've got a... This is equivalent of a mixture of a manifesto and just being like, all right, well, we're removing this piece. It's located here. I think I got it. All right, well, is there anything else that needs to be done, or did we successfully retrieve Big Battery?
Small
You have to do
battery.
the sequence
Yeah.
for both,
Okay.
and then you'll have them.
So another logic test?
No, you use the same logic test.
Okay.
Unless you're like, I want to learn how to tell the hand to do a backflip with the item in transit.
Okay.
That's what another logic test would be. There's no point to further logic tests because you've already literally figured out exactly how it works.
Hmm.
Unless you're like, I'm gonna see if I can execute a A YOLO command? I don't know. Just making shit up. All right. Well, you got your stuff. You even have a little push cart. Yeah. Little hover push cart. You can push it around.
Nice.
In 0G, it actually has a little thruster system, so you can stand on the little maglock platform, and then just use the controls on the little scooter thing, little transport, and it will zip you around 0G.
So, I have this broken thing. I wonder what I can do with it. I should bring it to, I wonder if Duality would have any use of this, or maybe Vicarious would know something about this.
This is which one again? Was it just the battery or?
The platinum chip, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Gotcha. I'm not entirely sure what that does for you.
I don't know. We shall find out.
Indeed.
So,
What now?
you wanted to go to the place with all the
Archive.
robots next.
Oh, never mind.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know if they're sentient or not, but I did tell them I'd be back, so.
I wonder what
Yes.
Lyron's up to. I hit my
Yelling really loud into pipes to try to find the direction that they're going.
I hit my Monterey icon and I say, Lyron, how are you making out?
Oh, I'm doing excellent. These pipes are very acoustic.
Oh,
They are not actually.
Oh,
They're very not acoustic.
Mm-hmm.
Having some difficulty, but I think I'm making progress. I don't know.
well, I found myself a battery. I feel like I'll go bring it to V. See what they think of it. Maybe they can give me some insights of what kind of device it is. Besides being a battery, but it's broken though, so that's my issue.
Sure enough.
Think there's like a recharge station somewhere?
I need to get it fixed first before we do that kind of thing.
Gotcha. I'm used to like lithium batteries. I'm not sure how to repair an actual battery. Normally it runs out of fuel, and there are rechargeable ones, but I don't know how to fix a broken. But anyways, let's see. Who do we pursue next? Because I could go look at the robot closet, or the archives, or we're talking to V.
I think we can go to Lyra next.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to determine where the pipes are going. The pneumatic tubes. Should I do like an awareness, since they're not very acoustic, to see if I can tell the direction from yelling in them?
The acoustic, you get about 10 meters in, and you feel like your sound should carry way further. You should be able to map almost all the pipes with just a really loud yell. But it dies about 10 meters in. That's your best effort.
Okay. Can I determine a direction that I should probably go then with that?
Which of the 3 tubes are you yelling in?
Are they labeled?
And they
They aren't. The left
are.
one.
Yeah, no, they
Oh,
are.
they are. Oh, okay.
Yeah. The leftmost one is secured archives. The second one is, let me see here, drawing room. And the third one is destroy.
Let's go to secured archives, or yell into that one.
Yeah, it still only goes about 10 meters.
Yeah, but does it have a direction?
It does go further in, and then the pipe curves a couple times, and you're not sure where it curves to.
Okay. Hmm.
And the
Can
tubes
I...
aren't really cylinders; they're more like throwing stones. They're like these oval stones.
About 10 meters, I'm going to infuse my shout with some sound energy to see if that makes it go further.
It does not. I said with your best effort, it only goes 10 meters.
My best. Okay. So, like, peters off, or does it, like, die 10 meters off immediately? Like, my less than best effort goes 10 meters as well?
Yeah, any of the energies, except for maybe some of the esoteric ones that you found, without utilizing or leveraging those, it only goes 10 meters. It's almost exact every time. You hit some sort of resistor, and it just
that's what
deadens the energy.
Okay.
And it's the exact demarcation point every time.
That's what I was trying to... Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll ask the Wanderer. Hey, where's the secured archive? So is that something I'm gonna have to find on my own?
Sorry, were you asking a wanderer?
Yes.
Should be in the beneath deck, the underdeck. I will
Oh.
warn you, I have not patrolled the underdeck in some time. Sometimes things get in. Should be a good experience for you. If you are to pursue the cosmic road, you should be able to protect yourself.
Very well. Talk to the rest of the people then at this point. Hey, Wanderer just told me about the underdeck, which evidently is where the secured archives are, and they haven't patrolled down there in quite some time, saying something might have slipped in, possibly.
Sounds spooky.
Oh boy, I knew it. Flesh walls.
I don't think there's going to be flesh walls, but could be some dangerous creatures for us to go and challenge ourselves against.
Sounds like a good chance to test our skills in space.
Well, if we're gonna do it, we should all go together.
Indeed.
Yes. Say, Wanderer. Where is the entrance to the underdecks?
There's no official entrance. Outside of the damage zone, there used to be an elevator or a bank of elevators. But for now, since the elevator bay is destroyed, you'll have to use the myriad maintenance patches. They're all over the station. They all have the same warning labels and warning coloration. Do note that some of them will have some stickers that I've placed on them for you. Now that I know you're going to interact, I sent some spindles down ahead and found some unpleasant things that I'll have to attend to personally. If you see some stickers, specifically black or blue, perhaps find another hatch until the stickers are removed.
Very well.
I think I'm going to call the blue sticker Spatial Anomaly.
Hmm.
It doesn't mean immediately lethal. but who knows? If it does accompany a black sticker, then it is immediately lethal.
It's good to know.
Indeed. The closest access hatch I can see. Oh, the back of the robotics bay, mechanical bay.
I guess
Try
I'll
not to
meet you guys over there.
Try not to disturb the sleepers too much. They get agitated when there's no work to be done.
Okay. Thank you for the warning.
Just because they look at you doesn't mean they're agitated. They have passive sensors to watch motion at all times. They also look for specific coloration in your uniform, if you are wearing one. So if you fit a specific color and pattern, they will activate because it's time for work. Usually they're only ever activated for a serious project. Because once they're awake, that's what they want to do. And if you don't direct them properly, they get agitated.
Do any of our suits happen to be a specific coloration that they turn on for?
Not to my knowledge, but you might find one accidentally in some of the lockers or in the storage rooms or in some of the barracks rooms. And some of them provide exceptional bonuses to any mechanical activity. And you might find yourself wearing it because of convenience. Just know that all of the suits have colors and patterns on them for a specific reason. A lot of the systems anticipate if they detect your presence with that suit. Doors will open ahead of you. Airlock systems will prime. The station anticipates your needs if you wear one of those suits, depending on your rank.
I'm gonna put that engineering suit in my my spatial ring.
You'll need a foreman suit, so some sort of managerial.
Well, I
suit.
have the engineering suit, and I don't want them to turn on robots accidentally.
That is an engineer's suit, not a engineer foreman. Basically, someone who would manage the engineers. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. With that suit, certain systems and tool benches and stuff in the engineering bay will actually turn on because you're wearing the suit.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll head on over to the robotics. I'm assuming I roughly saw where Poe went or heard.
I'm going back to it. So yeah. Hey, does our little Starfleet beacons have like a positioning? Like we could find where each other are if needed.
No.
No, it doesn't.
It could be interesting to have. I mean, whether or not. Let's see. I'll make one in the CCC eventually, but for right now.
But we need to know where everyone else is. You got this, fam.
Wanderer said to have SOS beacons. If we weren't able to press it, I'd like to be able to find you guys if lost.
Do you think we should go down in there before we get our SOS beacons?
Probably not.
I mean,
Or maybe.
well, the SOS beacons probably wouldn't hurt. I don't know. Wanderer. Well, let's see. Can I reach out to Wanderer, talk to the thing?
What are you going to ask Wanderer about?
Would they be able to see and save us if we got in the shit? If we needed an SOS?
I thought that was one of the rules the Wanderer said, is that it's not up to the seniors if the juniors don't even prepare themselves for this kind of thing.
You don't have an SOS. I may not catch Just a small window of time in which I need to save you before it's too late.
Understood.
Inversely, if you do not heed my markings, I won't need to save you because you'll be dead too fast. But that's why the markings are there. If it's non-lethal, I might let you stew a bit so that you can figure out your own way out. Raising helpless people who always rely on a senior's help in the space road is not productive.
Understood.
So if you do get trapped in flesh balls and it's not immediately lethal, I will let you try and figure your way out first.
The Sarlacc pit that just keeps you alive.
Now hold on, you said there were no flesh walls.
I did. I'm saying on the off chance that there miraculously is. I don't know what's in the underdecks.
Oh.
There shouldn't be. There's only a couple things. Specifically, the space hulks have it, and blighted geodes have them too. But one of them could have collided with our station when I wasn't around last time, and I don't know.
Huh.
If you do, fire is a good option, but also fire gets rid of your air, so careful.
Do we really want to go on to the thing?
Why, yes, the secured archives are down there.
Alrighty.
My only suggestion is that we do something with this battery I found first before we go.
And maybe make an SOS beacon.
Well, I kind of want to put that battery in the ship, personally. I feel like that's closer to an accurate depiction of what this could be used for. Unless you just want to hook it up to, like, your alarm clock or something, then awesome. You will always have an alarm clock.
Well,
it'll never stop running. But anyways.
why don't we do this first? Let's go back to the ship, see how everyone's doing, and then make our excursion down to the underbelly.
You think the fabricators could make an SOS beacon if we got the right engineering parts for it? Like if we finish the puzzle of this is an SOS beacon.
Sure could do a
I
lot of
think we'd
things.
need schematics.
Yeah.
True. Those. Okay. I'm ready to explore.
We
Oh,
could
well,
corrupt
go to the
something
ship.
into an SOS beacon.
Quite literally says it could kill you.
Then we'd
And
need
also
that
don't
SOS
touch.
beacon that we just made.
I'm almost certain that the smaller fabricator can do it. That's a really fast and dangerous way to get an SOS beacon. Anyways, all back at the ship.
You could use the big one, the armored big one with the double force field.
Hmm.
You just need a blueprint.
Yes.
Yep, yep.
Are we all at the ship, or I'm not sure quite where everyone is at this point.
Yeah, I guess I'm heading back to the ship so we can
Rendezvous.
rendezvous.
I think we need to go on the other outside anyway, don't we, to get into the...
Under deck? No, it's in the robotics bay. There's a maintenance hatch.
Yep. We just have to try and not agitate the robots.
Yep, no, I got that.
Alrighty. Is there... If I go into the engineering bay, what role would it be to try and search what there is to create an SOS beacon?
You guys have found that any of the SOS blueprints you would find in secure archives.
Okay, let's go down there.
Okay, so we go to the ship. I go talk to V. And I'm like, V, I found this battery, it seems. I figured you would be the one to talk to about this. Have you ever seen something like this before?
Not of the materials or design of this particular specimen.
Seems to be breached of some kind.
Yes, the chemicals that produce the power inside unfortunately have oxidized to the breach, ruining the mixture inside.
I see.
It looks like you have found some sort of perpetual battery, which is very rare. Somebody built a masterpiece of perfect chemical balance. When the chemicals change, it undergoes a cycle of energy release. But the energy released isn't heat per se, or if it is, it's kept in system.
Right.
It's strange. Normally there's loss. Batteries have a charge and they have a system in which it provides energy. But in doing so, it loses energy.
Yes.
This one seems to replenish energy from some other source. Or the energy loss in the system, despite maximal output, is so finite or so minuscule to the overall energy source that it looks as if it's perpetual. Repairing this would be not within my capabilities. This is a one-of-a-kind masterpiece.
See. Well.
Perhaps we could study it and learn from it, though.
Yes.
You could. You would need to be very careful of the corrosion areas. Those may not be safe if you interact with them without proper safety precautions.
I was hoping this would be a good home for the cosmic electric cat that I found on the ship.
Negatory. It would be its favorite snack.
Yes.
Not a home, though. Unfortunately, the containment specifically
Breach.
built here is not just breach, but if it was in full repair, it would not permit electrical transmission from one source to another. It only has an output.
Right.
So,
What if we use one of the nanite containers?
that would be one of the very rare things that could fix it, but I am not in. I'm not sufficiently operational to properly use nanites in the manner.
I understand.
Delicate.
It's just something that came to mind. Something to think about for the future, I suppose. And I'll leave it here at the ship. Anyway, we're planning to go down to the underbelly next. Would you like to come?
I suppose you could take me along.
Yes.
Just in case you get into trouble.
Well, sounds like a plan. Now I'm ready to go. Now that I've dropped off the merchandise.
Good. Is there anything I need to do to prepare? We could spend some money on the spacesuits to put basic SOS beacons on them.
That is one of the options. I have enough cash money merit to from the Tesseract to make it the first level of the complex, because the first 50 is building it and the second 20 is the first level. So I could do an SOS.
Okay.
I am good for either, whether or not there is an SOS or if we deal with what's down there.
I think it would be a great backup for our personal ones.
True. Good redundancy.
Yes.
Especially because we don't have personal ones yet.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, SOS Relay is going to be the name for our first one. And pretty much the ability would be activates a beacon to that relays off of the ship, which then provides an SOS beacon. Yeah, I'll write that down. Da-da-da-da. Level 1. SOS relay. Provides the ability to produce SOS that is then amplified from the orrery. Individuals on orrery provides occasional life sign data. On the orrery, and one of the members what is that? No, one of the members activates. Yeah, their SOS. It provides locational and life sign data for those members. Shit. Didn't realize I had that already in. Level 1. Level 1.
Mm.
And then that will be a good redundancy and also amplification from our normal
Nice.
ones we're going to make. Utilizing the resources of the orrery to provide greater range and also a command center to find individuals if they're off on their own or something along those lines. To be like, hey, we can, they're still alive. We can catch them, or I don't know, something along those lines. Panic button. That's a good name for it too. Okay. Is that acceptable, Matt, for our first level upgrade? Excellent.
Of course. You're using a conflux. Of course, it's gonna perform the way you're hoping. That's
All right.
what confluxes are for, Johnny.
So that means might has increased. So it's now 10% base protections of the orrery to the spacesuits. There's an additional roll. It's now 10% for their usage at their space stations, and then an extra unit too. So that's cool. All right, guys, we're ready.
All right. You guys want to enter a unmarked hatch or a blue marked hatch?
What's the one from the machine bay?
That would be an unmarked hatch.
Unmarked. Blue was spatial anomaly?
Yep, there's an anomaly, but as long as there's not a black sticker, it's not immediately lethal. It's just weird. But it's weird enough for the Wanderer to label it weird.
Okay, what do you guys feel like doing?
Maybe we should dip our toes into the shallow end first.
I think that's a good idea.
Ooh, nice.
Let's look for a black and blue label.
The shallow end.
Black and blue and red all over.
It's shallow, and that we're not going to get very far.
You touched it and you died.
Very educational.
Personally, I say the robot door. I think that's a good start.
I would agree. We also know where it's at.
Yeah. We also know it's not going to do anything too crazy.
We don't know that.
Yeah, well,
That's an assumption.
we got this.
We do. It's true. You got this. I got this.
We got this, fam.
We got this.
So, I open the machine bay door to the look at the robots.
They all look at you.
What was the warning she said about the robots? They only acted once work had to be done.
Yes, and they determine that based on the color of our uniforms.
And if you touch certain things.
And if you touch certain things.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, let's just not do anything and keep walking. Is there anything interesting in this room besides like the rows of robots? But
Well, boy howdy, are there a lot of tool benches, a lot of raw material ready to be processed. A lot of the mechanics bay is dealing with devices that don't particularly need electronics or structure parts for the engineering bay. Mechanics bay is all about taking raw material and forging it or machining it into some sort of
usable
device.
Gotcha. This will also be a very interesting spot one day.
Now,
Let's just find the archives.
this does also send things to the Foundry Bay. The Foundry Bay is where you build a ship from scratch, where they actually pour the hull, and it needs a very large space to do this. Both the Engineering Bay and the Mechanics Bay are connected to the Foundry Bay, which is actually separate from the Repair Bay. But that's where you would make brand new ships or overhaul them to the point where they're basically brand new.
Understood.
Those particular access causeways are very locked at the moment, or so it seems.
Gotcha.
But hey, there's a hatch in the back.
There is a hatch at the back.
Mm-hmm.
Hatchback. Let's go open the hatch. I opened the back hatch.
It's a dark, yawning abyss with an access ladder, and there's an occasional, low yield light, so you can at least see some of the way down.
Gotcha. I will follow the path until it diverges in some way, or if we find a sign that points us to archives.
Well, you have to get through the connecting space because even the
Yeah.
access hatches are airlocked,
Mm,
or at least they have a doors on each end, just in
gotcha.
case of a pressure breach.
Yeah. Redundancy and
Mhm.
making our way to the archives. Is there anything that you want us to roll for as we progress?
Keep my crystallized
Hmm.
wide open while we look.
Can you peel crystal?
Heal?
Keeping your eyes peeled, crystallized. Can you
Looking.
peel crystal?
Oh, okay, I get the reference. I was like, I mean, technically, if you went down the crystal arts, you could, but for now, probably not. All right, opening the hatch below leads to a very creepy service hallway that still exposes the piping and the wiring built into this kind of hexagonal pathway. Instead of it being more square, there's no plating to hide all the internals. There are labels and colors and warnings and instructionals, descriptors. Just anywhere you look, there's just a pile of information. And occasionally there's a piece of red tape that basically is like, don't mess with this module unless you like to breathe.
Okay. Do we have somebody here that can't breathe? Or that can just ignore breath?
Mm.
I think we all need to breathe.
Yeah.
While the vacuum of space is...
I could make an atmosphere, but that's not really a good idea. If I don't have to.
No, that one is the CO2 balance. You'll still have Atmo. It won't be breathable.
Oh,
I could convert some of that into oxygen. I could
Yeah.
do the balancing, but that also
I'm a
sounds like a bad
tree.
idea.
Yeah. I'm a tree. I think I can grab up some CO2 and turn it into oxygen.
You'll have to be tree mode,
Yeah.
and then you have to get enough to make a breath, and then hurry along, and then form another tree. It makes everything really inconvenient.
Yeah, let's just not touch it.
Yeah. So this particular line that has a red tape on it is part of the fuel core suppressant system. If the fuel rods do not get the proper CO2 suppressant, they start to heat up. And if they reach critical heat, they melt their containment, and then you have a reactor core breach. So don't mess with certain pipes with red things on it.
But that sounds exciting.
It is, yeah. You'll get a headshot from Wanderer. And maybe V.
Be an excellent learning experience.
Okay. Otherwise, there are low yield lights to help protect your night vision.
Oh, and well done on the...
Throughout the hallway. Why don't y'all make me a clinician's test?
Oh,
Can do a
clinicians,
sixth
eh?
sense.
Tiny science.
Tiny science.
Can I
Good
do
at
a
that,
sixth
actually.
sense? Mr. Matt?
Mhm.
Can I do a sixth sense? So it builds off of Shiny Science.
I got 13 degrees of success on a 53.
Okay. The shadows down here are weird. Even Midnight Sai, who kind of creeps out of Lara's shadow, kind of reaches over and like rubs a finger like you would through dust on an object.
Oh, yes.
Just runs their finger through the shadow and kind of rubs it between their fingers and kind of gives a kind of like, I don't like this.
Gives it the ick.
Yeah, the and they kind of sneak back down into the shadow and just kind of keep their eyes above the shadow line, like. They give you a look and you lock eyes, and it's like, I don't like it here.
Well, we should be cautious as we're down here. We have Vicarious, at least.
Yes.
Hmm.
Well, how would I go ahead? Lead the way.
Sure.
Yeah,
You can see the things that are unseen.
And then we can, or at least I can see the things that you can't see.
I can't see anything that I see.
Alright. So the shadow moves like a bunch of polygon spiders.
Oh.
They're everywhere. As long as there is a dark space to be in, they're everywhere.
I see.
It is one organism. Technically, there should just be darkness. This is actual substance shadow that has smothered the darkness here.
Oh. Well, it looks like we have an entity down here that is taken over the shadows. I suppose we could make a light source to counteract that.
Yeah. It doesn't seem to have any tactical or sentient awareness.
Mhm.
The little polygon spiders, they avoid the light sources. They just kind of move around it, and they're up to something. But there's like, as soon as there's a new light source or something they have to get around, they just move out of the way.
Let's see.
I think a flashbang.
I don't think
Depending on how fast they move.
we'd want to put in like a line for us so we can get back, I assume, as well.
Like a tether?
I was thinking, like, you remember when we were... Actually, I don't even know if you were there for that session. Do you remember when we got the giant sword? Do you remember that?
Giant sword.
And we put little sections of stealth cloaking.
Oh, yes. No, he was not here.
I don't think so. Well, the idea is to make a path for us in light. So when we come back, we don't have to worry. But the question is this shadow that we're seeing here, is it for good or for ill? Or is it just a neutral entity? What is it doing is the question. Why does the Wanderer know about it is the question. Maybe this would be a quick thing of like, Wanderer, do you know about this thing? But at the end of the day, we could just explore, figure it out ourselves.
Well, I mean, I don't think asking Wanderer is a bad idea. Might as well. Whether or not we choose to interact with this, I don't know if light might be a hostile thing for this, or if it just doesn't care. But if it's like scheming against us, then I wouldn't mind having something that hurts it.
Oh, we don't know anything about it right now. Besides, it's moving, and it's a entity. It's not just one small things. It's one big thing that is
Made up of little things.
yes. At least that's what my eyes are telling me.
I'll go first and see what happens.
If you want to go ahead, sure.
Well, I mean,
Do you have a way to produce light?
no, not at all. I was just going to be the control and see what happens.
Okay.
I mean, if you guys have a way to produce light, that'd be awesome, but I don't think I actually do, besides, like, a flashlight.
Well,
What about that fire sword of yours, Lar? Oh, wait.
Everyone has a moment of sadness.
Sort of flavors. From the
Why'd
ashes
you bring it
will
up?
come
I like
a
that
better
sword.
From the ashes will become a better sword. That is the idea. But no, the flame sword is gone. But I could just produce a flame. But that's might eat up the oxygen for everyone.
I mean, I think I'll be alright for a while. But if... Again, I'm willing to just walk into the darkness, see what happens. But
Say, Master, that other sword that I got early on, do you think I could use that one now?
I suppose, although it does have the tendency to cause collateral damage when you swing it. It is not a simple blade.
Oh, I was just planning on heating it up to produce light.
You get a look that is the equivalent of, I'm not sure if you're making a joke or you're actually this dumb.
I'm gonna pull out a industrial grade flashlight from my card.
Oh my gosh, what?
Not just burning away everything.
Let me do an awareness
Hey,
test.
you have an entire hardware store of lights that you can bring.
Grab something out. Oh, all right, this should work. Boom. All right, let's move forward.
Very well.
walking on in.
Hopefully the shadows don't get too mad at our bright lights.
Yeah, you guys have light. You can see. You can
I
chase
can.
away the shadow. Yeah.
We move forward to whatever direction.
All right. So this is where things get a little spooky. Based off of where you are, we're gonna have you roll navigate surface. Somebody, whoever's leading. And then we'll have you roll a luck test. See what you find. Now, in this section, 90s or higher are no bueno.
Oh yeah.
You can use some key to make that navigate surface better.
I mean, I could do a lot of things to make it better.
Oh, I'm talking about Chun Po's that he did
Oh.
first, since he is leading.
Oh,
Yep.
I thought. Oh yeah, you're right. He was leading. Oh, okay.
I will spend a gravatics key to make it at least a success.
The shadow squirms.
When the key is used?
Yep.
Oh.
Lara, you see all the shadow polygon spiders kind of pause for a minute, and they kind of get a little closer, testing the light's boundaries. They're like, "Ooh, what's that?"
This
It's
is
just
not
one
supposed to be
key,
here.
thankfully.
Yep. Yeah, and eventually you chase them all with light, but they seem to react to energy expulsion.
I'd like to expend 30 energy.
Confirmed? Question mark?
No.
Oh. All right. And then that luck test.
Jungbo, you got this, fam.
Noises.
Here you
I
go.
was making them popping noises.
Not
That'd
horrible.
be Undead Redhead, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you have like push to talk on, William. Is that what you're doing?
Well, I have a little thing that switches from. I got a little snacky, and so I'm eating chips, and so I'm muting. That way, it doesn't sound like a crunching machine over.
And you have that from your headset on?
Yeah,
Okay.
like it has a little switch.
Yeah, we hear the switch. It makes a static noise. So if you want to just do it with your Discord, it might be easier that way.
Gotcha. Sorry, my bad.
No, it's all good.
Okay. All right. Looking through, you're gonna find a spacesuit. It's an armored one. It has a huge set of thruster systems, expanded air package, enhanced sensor systems. Looks like it might even come with virtual intelligence. Looks like it even has some potentially offensive systems. So pretty good.
Interesting.
Yeah. And we're gonna call it advanced plus armored. Cool. Yes.
I was thinking another complex upgrade would be really fun is like enhancements that you can do. So it's like if you want to upgrade your suit, instead of like you could like throw something like this in it, and then it would just upgrade your suit instead of everyone else's.
Well, the next one could be that every time you upgrade the conflicts, everyone gets an upgrade to their suit.
Oh, that'd be cool too. Yeah, that could be one. Yeah,
I would use. Oh, good.
Sorry. I was sitting here thinking of a scanning station hooked up to a fabricator, and you just scan a new item that you're just like, all right, now everyone has access to this.
Like Subnautica?
Yeah.
They do that. I played a bit of Subnautica. It was very, very pretty.
That's like a spacesuit, just for water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we deal with pressure.
Yeah.
We keep the pressure out instead of the pressure in. Or something. Yes.
One of those.
One of those.
Sponsored by Ocean Gate. Maybe I shouldn't say that. This is going out to YouTube.
Oh.
Anywho, does anybody want this suit yet? Otherwise, I'd say, like, do we have a storage?
Just put it in a spatial ring.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Perfect.
We got science and
Hell yeah.
cultivation magic.
All right. Do you wish to go deeper?
I mean, we haven't found the archives yet.
I'm just going to ask you every time.
Okay.
All right. Navigate -10.
Okay.
Maybe we should have someone that's a better at navigating.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, you're not even that much different than I.
I'm not trained in it. This is just straight intelligence.
Yeah, it's also straight intelligence for me. The only thing I can do is I can apply even further beyond, which doesn't use key to my rolls to give myself bonuses. That's the only difference I would have.
I've got 124 intelligence. That's the only thing I've got going for it.
Yeah,
You know what? I think you should do it just because. You'll eventually hit a minus that affects you, but
Well, I already have because you get a -20 for being untrained.
yeah, I think we all have that.
Technically fail.
So usually would be a 90 percent chance, and ours would be.
I'm at 74
this
here.
is-
And
Mine
then
would be
minus
you
10.
would be 64. I would be 74. You'd be
Then I shall
90.
navigate.
Nice enough.
I can
Good.
smell the archives.
All right. Give me that D100. Give it to me. Oh,
42.
The 40.
Found an engineer's toolbox,
Ooh.
meaning it's a belt. It's not actually like a tool box that you'd have a handle for it. It's a tool belt. Everything is nice and appropriately fastened and secured, and you just clip it on.
I'll do that.
All right. You do not have to worry about losing your equipment. The only downside is if you bump into stuff and it clips one of your tools, there's a tether to that tool, and you will get stuck until you until you release that tool that's got that pinched. So just be careful.
Are there tools on this tool belt?
Of course there are.
Ooh.
There's some good sci-fi stuff too.
Cool, cool. We will-
Anything to reduce extra parts or extra small pieces.
Okay.
So even the like soldering equipment, the wire comes on a spool, which is then also secured in its own little container onto the belt.
Okay.
So there's everything's on the belt.
Awesome, awesome.
And then there is the most dangerous thing of all, a small collection of screws in a little box.
On the tool belt?
Yep.
Oh no.
For when you have a screw loose and you need a screw, you've got one.
Oh, good.
But if that ever gets knocked free, then you have loose, sharp, pointy objects.
All over the place.
Yeah, so don't do that. Don't do that. Ooh.
Cool, cool.
Okay.
I believe we're going it further in.
I agree. Further.
Further in, all right. Somebody roll me a navigate at -20.
Oh.
This should be interesting. I can't use a fate point on you, but you do have other currency that you could utilize.
Yes, I will use a bone coin.
So phone coin.
There we go. That makes it a success.
Yes, it does.
Mm.
Gives it a plus 30.
Alright, well, you shine your light left and right, and you find that somehow this part of the station has a T section.
Ooh.
It didn't before. When you were walking down this way, it's just a straight hallway, and now you're at a T section, and you're like, oh, that's weird. The the shadows is much deeper here. And when you turn the flashlight, it becomes a single hallway. And when you shine the flashlight down the other hallway, the wall kind of disappears as the shadow peels itself away. And there's a hallway. And you're like, oh, that's not good.
I didn't know you brought the lens of truth with ya.
That reference.
So I'm assuming I can't even perceive the other hallway unless there's light shining down it.
Correct.
Okay.
Sound does not get through the shadow. And it's like, oh, there's a new tunnel. Oh, wait, now it's gone. Oh, that's spooky.
Spooky.
Scary.
Big spook.
One says municipal offices. The other says storage offices.
Okay.
Which one do you go down?
Storage.
Okay. You take the storage. Roll me your 1d100.
Blee, blee, blee. Ooh.
Not bad.
I will throw 1 tumbleweed on that to reduce that by 6.
So that makes it into a 7.
Lucky number 11.
Slab.
Hmm?
If you spend 2 key, get it to a 1.
I can't spend key on a luck check. That'd be great.
You run into a little light crystal sprite. Kind of flows in and is like, makes a bunch of chirps and warbles at you in crystal speak, and then it's just like, eek, and runs away. Think of a prism, about 3 inches tall, 1 inch wide.
Try to
And-
follow it.
It's off to the races. It's already turned the corner at the end of the hall, like, it's making this high-pitched, distressed warble sound.
Okay.
Then it occasionally at the end of the hallway pokes a part of the crystal around the corner, like,
Okay, we'll follow it. I will, at least. I don't know about everyone else.
Well, we're following you, sir.
Yeah.
go.
No,
Oh, yes. We're gonna follow that sprite over there.
Oh,
To successfully follow the sprite is a minus fault.
Navigate?
Navigation surface. Yes.
Give me a sec.
It just stays at minus 40. It doesn't get any harder, but you can be led into deeper sections of the underdeck.
oh yes.
Mhm.
And then if you lose the sprite, it could just be a number you don't have the ability to pass. Who knows? Oh, yes. Give me the navigate surface. You did, okay. Yeah. Follow the shy crystal. Roll me a luck test with a minus 10.
A plus 10?
Minus 10.
Okay.
Plus 10 would make it worse. A minus 10 subtract
Yep.
the... You do find the secured archives.
Woo!
Yeah, you pass the door and you're like, wait, we're already here? Huh.
Hold on. Can I open the door?
Would you believe me if I said it's locked and encrypted without a special access card or uniform?
I mean,
I
yeah,
would.
you're the GM, of course.
Yes.
Okay.
Hmm.
Looks like we've run into a door.
Mhm.
Well,
I'd like to put it in my spatial ring.
You don't have one of those yet. Put it in my special ring. You put the whole station in there. Damn it.
Oh well. I got past the door. Now there's
My
space
God.
behind it. Why would they lock that up?
They lock it out because it likes to party and it doesn't share resources.
where's the crystal go?
He's around the end of the hallway, kind of poking part of the crystal around like, ook. Curious, but very shy.
Hmm. Encrypted, and I'll try a security check, I guess.
Oh my gosh,
Just
we'll have a
shut it down
security
here.
check?
I know, right?
What?
I do have a
No.
plus 10, I realize. To that navigate surface, I've had a plus
Oh,
10.
hey, did you check out your tool belt? It gives you another plus 30.
Ooh.
I know, isn't that so fancy?
There's a plus 40. Oh, wow, that's okay.
Too shabby? 14
Beep
degrees
boop,
of
beep
success?
boop. Door opens.
Haha! This tool belt is quite handy.
Are there still the shadows inside?
Oh yes. They kind of peel themselves off of all the surfaces the light touches. It's like, leave us alone.
Huh.
The spooters here, the prism spooters, are
Mhm.
a little bit denser.
Right.
They're a lot slower to get out of the way, but they're much more able to interact with physical matter.
All right.
So when you shine the light on it, they're like, I guess I'll crawl out of the way.
I guess.
And it takes a while for the shadow to just kind of recede
All
from the
right.
surface of things.
I'm looking for any sort of artificer manuals or engineering books down here.
Yeah. There's plenty. It's a huge archive. There are certain containers, just kind of in pneumatic storage slots. There's whole protected server racks. There's storage crystals, memory crystals, actual blueprints written on some sort of durable paper alternative.
All right, let's take everything that isn't nailed down or marked off.
Sure. There are two with the red tape, but it looks like the red tape's been chewed on, and same with the containment.
Oh. Be careful around those things, I suppose.
It looks like a lot of things in the room has been chewed on.
Should definitely tell Wanderer about that. I'm sure they wouldn't like the things being chewed on.
You can definitely tell, Lar, it's those bigger spiders, the
Those
prison
dang
spiders.
spooters.
And they have these little chewy mandibles, and it takes them a while to make any marks at all against matter.
Mhm.
But they don't seethe, they don't tire, and they don't stop.
Yeah, and they've been
So
doing
if
it
you
for
give them a lot of time, they will eat through the containment to get to the stuff inside.
I'm going to dig into my card and get some more lights, and I'm going to
Like
place
those
them-
construction spots.
Yeah, and I'm going to place it down on the area with the red tape section, and just shine a light on it so they don't feel like wanting to eat it. That's for now, just as a precautionary.
Yeah, they look like loose containers, so you could take them with you. But as long as you don't pocket them.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess they are important and have been chewed on. We're also not supposed to touch them. It's probably spindles here.
No spindles.
Mm.
No intercom system. You don't have that I'm being watched feeling.
Okay.
Well,
other than from the spiders.
Not even. Like the shadow doesn't interact like that. It's kind of a feature of the environment until you run into a much more complete section of shadow. Something more than just what you've seen so far.
Okay.
It's a bit strange, but the shadow doesn't seem to fight back, and it only seems to be interested in when you use ki or other energies.
It didn't interact with the bone coin.
Yeah, it didn't seem to.
So, yeah, I guess we'll start putting things into spatial rings.
Seems like a
Light
plan.
up the whole room really well with more lights.
Sounds good.
Leave them a path to leave the room as we light it up. The shadows.
You take the marked red tape canisters with you.
Is that a good idea? Because they're being chewed on, and Wander likes the objects probably.
You know what? Let's do it. Let's
just don't open it or anything.
Yeah, just tell them Wander what was happening, explain ourselves, and if we get punished for it, then that's our fault, I suppose. But at least we can do them a solid and at least get them out of the way from the.
Mhm.
At least that's how I'm going to look at it, and go from there.
Seems fair to me. And we'll clear out the rest of the room. And Lar has a pretty big spatial ring, so can grab the servers as well, right?
Yeah. Could be.
Worst case, I use my engineering
They
belt to
are
unscrew them
running
from all.
off of trickle power to keep them from completely shutting down. You know how certain servers, if they completely lose power, you lose everything?
Well, fortunately, Lar's spatial ring is in stasis.
Oh my gosh, what? Not the stasis.
I thought about that. I did. Definitely.
Oh.
Yeah, that'll do it. Stasis will do it.
So we'll grab all the stuff and sort it later.
Sounds good to me.
Cool. And then canisters, but not put them in spatial rings. Carry them out.
Just put it on V's sled.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, you found the archives. You looted it. It is empty.
Oh. You'd think they'd put stuff in the archives.
We'll have to go through our gains when we're back away from the shadow realm.
Oh, yes. Let's go ahead and navigate surface back up.
I mean, yeah, hopefully we can follow our light, but yeah, navigate surface.
Oh no, the light goes deeper in. It's not leading you back to safety. You're already at a -80 navigate surface to get back.
Looks like I'm going to be navigating us our way out here.
The little light guy led you deep into the underdeck at a very rapid pace.
Yep.
You can still see him poke a little bit of the crystal around the corner at the end of the hallway, like, eek! But curious.
We could go even further in and never get out.
You could, yes.
We could also
You
find
could
one of
go
the other
deeper in.
hatches that lead up.
We could.
We'll just go through a spatial anomaly.
Yeah. By the way, 51 or higher is problems.
Oh boy.
So even
I do need that luck test.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, and the navigate test.
Yep, navigate -80. Oh.
Alrighty. So.
Yep.
This is where I will come into play. I will do a navigate for us. Surface. I will apply even further beyond, which I can utilize a characteristic test, adding my willpower characteristic to it.
What? No.
Bambo. Nice. Okay, so you said for luck or any navigate roll as well?
No. 51 or higher. Just for the luck tests.
Just for the luck test. All right, so /R 1d100.
Also, nice.
Thank you. I'm going to use a fate point to roll.
Oh, thank goodness.
It's a double.
That is a double.
Yeah.
Well, it isn't actually. It's a 39.
I mean, if I want to. And it's also 8, actually, plus.
On your way back, Poe.
Go for Poe.
You find a tip story card.
Ooh, nice.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Cool.
It will be.
Roll a D1000. What?
No.
Crystal spiders.
Roll with the 1 million and
No.
one of the cards.
It's called Creeping Shadow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Called it.
It is a rare card. It is a among the cards you find, it'll be a deployable. And then cost. You have to give up another asset or deployable already on the field. Energy. -3.
Ooh, interesting. So it gives you energy, right?
Money. 0. No, it has a siphon.
Oh, so
It
it takes
siphons energy from other cards, which makes them more expensive to field.
Right.
Might star equal to cost of card sacrifice to it plus siphoned energy. And same with resilience is the same. Armor is also. And it's got special word. It's got siphon. Amorphous. And regenerating. Siphon means it steals resources from other cards as its form of attack.
Okay.
The amorphous means it doesn't. It can take on a other card attribute type, so it's like a changeling. So if you are playing soldiers, and you're like, well, my commander gives bonuses to everyone equal to the number of soldiers I have in play, this counts as a soldier too.
Gotcha.
And regenerating means if it were to perish, you can repay its cost to bring it back immediately.
Now, is it also a star?
It can be a star, yes.
Nice. There you go.
Yeah.
The shadow can be a star.
Yes, it can be any creature type
Interesting.
or any asset or deployable type.
In the siphon, amorphous, and does that also translate to the actual thing that we are dealing with here?
No, this is a lesser version of the shadow you're dealing with. This is just a minor version. So the card ability, pretty simple. When deployed, choose an enemy asset or deployable. Destroy it if the resilience is equal to or less than this card's might. So basically, if you sacrifice something very powerful on your side of the board, you can absolutely just destroy something powerful on their board because it's its might is equal to the card stacked to it. You may pay its cost each turn if. Yeah, you may pay its original cost each turn, which is sack a card to it, which then increases its might and its resilience and its armor. Card speed is 1, which means it's a super slow card. It is a core card, which means you can only play on your turn. Yep, there you go. Creeping Shadow.
Alrighty.
And since it's amorphous, it doesn't have a deck that it must go in. It's not a clandestine card. It's not a military card. And it's not a money card. So it can fit into any deck.
Alrighty.
By the way, John, this is Tempestari. In case one of you yahoos ever wanted to play Yu-Gi-Oh in a martial arts game, I built something for it. Yes, you have found a card.
Woo.
Yeah, you guys are just wandering back. Hey, hey, Johnny.
Yeah.
It's a minus 70 now.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, you got to make all of the rolls to get back because you guys went pretty deep for the archive.
So that was a fatigue for myself for the last one.
Duh.
Now I'm going to be at 2 as I use it again.
Mm-hmm.
And navigate. An 18
Well, it's a big number.
with 33 additional degrees.
Well, it's a big number, Johnny.
Slash
Why is the number so big, Johnny?
I'm
Wow.
adding even further beyond, which adds my willpower score to a test or a characteristic roll. Right, here's the luck. Okay, it's a 60. Now,
It's no bueno.
You were saying where we were before it was 51 or less. Now it's 61 or less because we've gone up a tier.
No, 55.
55. All right. Okay.
Any tumbleweeds left?
I have 4 left, but that would only.
It's a -5. So
Oh,
it brings
yeah,
it
it's
to
a -5.
54.
Yeah, so that's a 55 anyway. So.
Do we need 55 or less to be in the
Yep.
clear, or as long as 55 works, or is it like 55
but I'm also
and greater? Which
my luck can be 8. I have it was one of my it was the influence one of those influence ones, and so 3 for that and hard luck for 5, which is 8. So we're good either way. Okay. So that is going to be a 53 on the luck roll, Matt, as we move our way back.
Damn, even further beyond the busted. Why did I make so many cool things? Gosh dang. So powerful. Much powerful. Just don't forget your fatigue.
Yes, I did add my fatigue. And it's unnegated, so I can't just get rid of it unless I rest. Yeah, and if you focus on willpower with your characteristic, like if you really like go down that deep, it's
a source that keeps feeding the source. Oh, the more willpower I have, the bigger the even further beyond I go, and then the more times I can use it, it's just this never-ending cycle of awesome. All right.
Good.
All right. So, like I said, 53 on the luck roll there, Matt.
Skirting right under.
Yep.
The mark. You guys find a space gun just floating around.
Oh, nice.
It's a laser gun. It goes pew. Looks like it's been nibbled on a little bit.
Hmm.
Space gun.
Oh, now it's minus 60 now, eh?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm debating if I should try and fail this one, guys.
Why do we need to fail?
So then I can. Well, I want to pass first and then fail. Destined for failure to give us some more currency to work with.
Ah.
Okay. Matt, the only other thing I could think of, if you want to do some balancing for even further beyond, is like the consecutive usages. You know what I mean? Like, so in the scene, it would then cost an additional one. So it would be like 2 and then 3, which would stack up a lot faster. But it would also make you like kind of pick and choose which ones you want to kind of just like give you a break if you wanted to do it that way, Matt.
Mhm.
Okay.
I will take a look at it again. I think I'll let you run with it for now. I'm not going to change it right this minute, but
Alright.
I have made a note of it.
Mhm.
You're also the first player to ever pick it up, by the way.
Yes, this is something new, right? So it's it's in its phase.
So it's very exciting to see someone pick it up, because then I get to get some data on it.
Exactly.
If the data is underperforming or overperforming, we make a minor tweak and then we go from there.
Yeah, and just it's because I have so much willpower is the reason why it is really good right now.
Eventually, it'll expand your fatigue pool. So
yeah, that too. So let's do it again. Navigate surface.
One more time.
That is a 27 for degrees of success. So it looks like we're on the right track.
Gimme a roll after midnight.
So the hard one is the luck roll. It's going to be a 60 or less if it's another +5 here, Matt, or...
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
You've got the feel of it.
Okay. So I can go 8 less. I rolled a 3 though.
That's a pretty good one.
Which is a good one. A good
That's
one
a good
indeed.
one. Yeah. Johnny rolling hot today.
Nice.
The sad part is you end up going deeper.
Okay. All right.
Not the other way around. You find a room labeled as the Anomalium.
For the Anomalium, eh?
It is the Research and Study Center of Anomalies.
Ooh, neat. I somehow got turned around, guys. I thought I was on the right track, and I've seen...
You have been following the crystal by accident.
Oh, I like my crystals.
And still shyly peeking a little bit of the crystal and the light around the corner at the very far end of the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, you got this.
There is a seal of blue on the door. Not just the sticker, but like a purity seal.
Okay.
Oh.
Level of blue sticker.
But there is no red sticker or black sticker.
No. It's
hey,
get ready for the fucky wucky.
Yeah.
Shall we?
Down the rabbit hole. Let's go.
We can't just turn around?
Wait, you're just leaving us, Lar? Going down the rabbit hole?
No. I don't have that quality. I was saying, like, literally, in a sense, we're going
Oh, I
down
thought
the
you did have
rabbit
down
hole.
the rabbit hole.
No, I
Dude,
don't.
no. Hoin Kyoma is
No, I
the
know,
only
I've got
person with down the rabbit hole that has been actually able to use it well.
Oh.
I might have made a down the rabbit hole with Matt, but I have never picked it up. So, good job,
Got
Matt, being
it.
the first.
Casey here has been using it successfully in a different campaign.
Exactly. So that's good.
It's goofy.
So yeah, let's. Well, we don't have to go in, everyone, but I do need to get us out after. We might find a way out through this way.
Who knows what we'll find?
We got this. We can do it.
We got this. Is it locked?
Yeah, but nothing a little bit of engineering tools can't get you through it.
We'll find out about that.
Mm-hmm.
Easy.
Turns out the panel's already been rigged. It doesn't work, so you have to flip it open and just put 2 wires together and it opens the door.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's
But
great.
otherwise you'd be tapping at a dead terminal. Kind of like, why don't you work? And, yeah.
Extremely sophisticated security. I can't even turn it on.
Yep. Use your little magnetic drill bit to unscrew the bolt so that they also don't go flying off into 0G. And you're like,
Yep.
oh! And the door.
Are we in 0G right now?
Yeah. And it's 0G the whole time.
Okay, okay.
Fortunately, the hover sled does have a bit of mobility to it. So you guys can just literally just put your hand on it and float. As Casey just, or Lyron, names. Just
Many L's.
hovers the sled in the direction it's supposed to go. Oh boy, there's a bunch of stickers on things all over the room.
Ooh.
Even ones with different colors. The Mad Scientist Laboratory. Things in containers that look very strange. If the containers themselves aren't strange. It's a weird sci-fi looking chemistry set with all the weird glass and the spirally tubes and the glassware trickling into other glassware. There's a actual alchemy set, like Eastern style alchemy set,
Interesting.
or European alchemy. It looks like there's some sort of incomplete object in one of the bowls. There are an entire wall of very special objects in their own unique containments. Every single one of them has a sticker on it.
A red
You'll have
sticker?
you'll have to look through. There's a lot of black stickers around this room.
And blue
There's
one.
even a couple with a purity seal black sticker on something.
Oh dear.
Yeah. There's a little box size of a Rubik's Cube that has one of those stickers. It just looks like a little mote of black. That's it. It's a little black mote.
The sticker is, or the
No,
box?
inside the containment.
Ooh, that could be a singularity mote.
It might be. Yeah, there's a
Bunch of spooky stuff.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go take a look at that shelf, see if anything calls out to me. Hopefully not literally.
Yeah.
Doing
All
a
right.
luck check.
Y'all get a random encounter with the wall.
Oh no! It was foretold by words.
Okay. 1 is not the best. 100's not the worst. It is random encounter.
Okay.
D100.
You all get one. Yep.
Yeah.
Ooh, doubles.
Ooh,
Ooh,
doubles.
doubles.
Let's do it. Let's
Poe didn't
go.
roll it, so it's
I know,
not a card.
Oh, did.
Oh, Poe, did you roll a card?
I rolled a
Let's roll
99.
I can't believe you've
wasn't
done
it
this.
triple doubles?
What? Laura, did you roll a 1D1000?
By accident, yeah. But I rolled under.
I'm taking it.
Okay.
It's too late. It's done. You decided to roll something else. We're doing it. Just like when they rolled a 1D hat in the box of doom.
Yeah.
You're getting the hat roll.
So, yeah, that's 152.
Well, it doesn't matter
not
if
lost.
it's which way it is.
Okay.
For good or for bad. You can send it up to 167 or otherwise, but remember, low is not great, high is not bad. It's mystery. All right, Poe. Yeah, you get yourself a damn card. Yeah, I told you. If you roll a double, you get one. Mr.
That's a
Cardman.
cool 9-9. And we're in the spatial anomaly zone, which might not be great, but
This
You
could-
know, it's a thing.
I'm surrounded by black tape. I feel like this card might just try to kill me.
So, I'm gonna write this out for you.
Okay.
Called Anomaly X. It is both a resource / asset. Faction. None. Cost. 10.
Damn.
Energy. It produces. Gives you plus 25 energy. Or money plus 25. You pick one when you deploy it.
Gotcha.
No might. Resilience is 2, which is really bad. Armor is 4. Keywords.
$167 there.
No, 163 is actually what I want. Because it's 3.
Why is that special?
Oh, well, A, it's a prime number, and B, it has a 3 in it. I like 3s. And that's the only ones I can move it up to within that range. That's a prime. 167 would also work. But it doesn't have a 3 in it, so.
All right, it's got 3. Word for it is a primer. It also has cascade failure and annihilating.
Oh, cascading failure.
So when it goes off, when it's destroyed, it explodes and it destroys anything adjacent to it and across from it. Those squares are then unplayable. You can't deploy on those or put any cards on those anymore. They're just scoured spaces.
I feel like I have to make a deck now just to be able to sit down and play the game and understand it.
Yeah. Primer is a combo card. Basically, it can be a primer for a much more powerful card that requires a primer. So, yeah. It is a core card, so you can only play it. Card speed is 1. It's also very slow. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. So it is basically an asset that is expensive, but allows you to play even bigger cards. Primer can also reduce the weight of a card to be played.
Okay.
So the more primer you have for a heavy card, the opponent is definitely going to notice what's coming, because they're like, that's a lot of primer. Oh, what are you going to play? Which means they can be prepared for it. But certain cards require specific resources to play. Like for the Clandestine, they do missions, and if they complete X number of missions secretly, they win. For the administration group, one of their win cons that you can pursue is money for the sake of money. And if you produce a certain amount of money a turn, you just win.
Damn. Okay.
This would be a very fast way to get money for the sake of money. But yeah, you'll have to have someone explain the game to you.
Gotcha.
In the game. All right.
Sorry, a second question that's tangent to Tempestari. How many cards is a standard deck?
You don't know?
Oh, it's in
You
there.
have to have somebody explain it to you.
Okay, cool.
It's in the rules that Matt has put, actually.
I know, but don't look at it. No. Okay.
He said, "Don't look."
Yeah, I mean, you can't. It's fine.
Yeah. Now the real question: what happens on a 99?
That's it. You just find a card
Oh well,
inside
shit.
a containment.
Alrighty, cool. By golly, fate has deemed that I get a lot of these.
So many.
Yep. We're going over 55 is your roll, Lyron?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Right in the middle.
You find a stereo, like one of those big ones that are portable, that weigh like 20 pounds and require D batteries that people used to carry on their shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Boom box.
Yep, boombox. It looks like the boom of the box has been upgraded, because those are much bigger boomers than
Maybe by
probably
some,
standard.
Sound Marines.
Something. File on this says this has the ability to produce pure wub.
Oh man.
Goes right with your wub fruit you had.
Yeah, I've got the wub fruit. Hook
Just
this
inside
into a
you.
microphone.
Yeah.
Wub wub.
Lar,
Yeah.
you just added roll 1 to 1,000. So instead of looking at the normal wall, you walk down to the end, kind of like, I wonder what's going on. And you shine a light, and the shadow peels away to reveal another corridor of anomalies.
Oh.
It was supposed to be one wall, right? But no, there's just an entire corridor of anomalies, and a lot of the containments look very chewed on.
I see. Well, I rolled low, I rolled odd, and I rolled a prime. So that's how it went
You
today.
didn't call it ahead of time.
I didn't know I was gonna roll one to I'm just saying that's what they are. Giving you context.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What then?
Oh, so I
You
just
dare
found.
to go in?
Of course. No venture untold. I was like, hey guys, I found another corridor.
As you watch him
Oh.
get through the wall.
as he walks through the shadow, and the shadow's like, "We'll let you in."
Oh, so kind.
Huh.
Yeah, he just phased through a wall. More like scorped through a wall, really. Yeah, even for you, Lyron. He just up and disappeared. Huh.
Well, I better look for the red things if things are getting chewed on. I'm sure Wanderer.
There's a
wouldn't
lot
want
of red
this.
things down here.
Ah.
And then there's another turn at the end of the hallway, and the darkness is very sticky there.
Oh. Midnight Sigh, what do you think of this?
They're like, I'm not coming out. Fuck this. The light that you have is barely enough to get them from chewing on you, but they do occasionally scuttle over your boots.
Alright. Well, good thing I have this
Gravity is
space.
weird here. It's downwards and right at an angle. So it's a diagonal gravity.
Hmm.
Yeah. Downside, to see into any of the containments, you have to put your hand up against the shadow and brush it off the glass.
Oh, yes.
Or just shine light at it. But sometimes shining light at an anomaly inside a containment, light could trigger it.
Right, yes.
So, you be careful. A lot of the stickers have been chewed off.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. And there's little stubs occasionally, and sometimes the color is hard to tell. Yeah.
Well, good thing I have prism eyes, otherwise this would be a lot easier than it is now.
Alright. So, you can go with the 163. Or you can roll me another D1000.
Oh?
Mm-hmm.
Do I get to call it this time?
You do.
This is such a bad idea.
Do it.
We're gonna do a whole roll!
Do it.
This is what happens when things get out of control for both good or bad.
So, it's going to be low again. I got a feeling it's going to be low. And it's
So
going to be
500 or less.
It's going to be even.
Okay, it's an even number.
And it's not going to be prime.
Oh, it's gonna be composite. All right.
Yeah.
So low, even composite.
I have all the list of prime numbers in front of me right now, so I'll know which one it is if it is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
That is an odd number.
That is an odd number. It is a high number.
High number.
Is that prime?
I'm looking right now. I don't think it is 717. No, it's not. So I'm going to.
I thought you were about to have completely opposite of just like, ooh.
John is like, enough of this shit. He's listening less and less every time he pops in.
You could bait it.
I think I have to fade it here. We shall fake point. Can I fake point is the question, Matt. If you say no, I will not
You
fake point.
can, but the shadows here are very attentive, and there's a lot of anomalies in the area.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it didn't respond to the bone coin the first time at all.
But this is a different area, though. It's true.
This is
That is
much
true.
deeper into the dark, yeah.
Well, I have to try. Okay. 227 is low. It's actually a prime, so I still failed twice.
But you can manipulate it slightly.
Oh, I can, because it's a luck roll. I can.
-5 is 222, and that's triples.
Even, yeah, low, and yeah, there you go.
Low
222
triples,
it is,
not
Matt.
prime.
222. 222 is our number.
You get another card?
222. That seems to be all even. That also seems to be composite. And it's low. Why would you look at that? And it's a triple.
And it's triple.
Oh, baby,
I like
triple.
my triples. My threes
I
are
know
good.
you do. I know you do.
That's the lowest even triple that you could have gotten too.
It's true.
Oh my gosh! Wow, he's right. Meowth, that's right.
Meowth.
What, you don't like my Pokemon reference?
It's 111 Prime.
I don't think so, but it might be.
Nope, it's not.
Okay.
113 is. 109 is. But not 111.
Sad.
What fits into it? Because 11 wouldn't.
27?
11's a prime. 27 is not prime.
Well, no, I'm saying what fits into 111, right? That's no, it doesn't.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
That's
I thought you. It's not divided by 11, right?
37.
Huh. That's
37.
Weird.
3 and 37, I think, is 111.
There he
Who
is.
dis? Oh, John's back. Yay!
We're dealing with prime numbers.
Not
Okay.
Prime specifically.
You find what you think might be a cultivator tome, but it's definitely not in the shape you recognize. They
Little
don't do
distorted.
paper here.
Okay.
They do stone or some other durable, can be lost to space, doesn't care about temperature material.
Right.
The stone is as polished as a steel plate, but it also has a series of cylinders that also accompany it. Sometimes they connect to the side of the stone slate and they spin like a grindstone, pouring their knowledge onto the slate, almost forcing it into the empty space. And it makes this horrible, mind-rending noise. Like you can feel yourself losing insignificant memories near it.
Ooh.
And then it stops. Just when you couldn't take any more of its presence. And then the cylinders float away from the grindstone. And the slate absorbs the text. And it's now a new blank slate. And the cylinders, then the little balls at the end of the cylinders, kind of like these little holding areas, those little orbs pop off, split open. One of them peels open like a flower. One of them undoes itself like a bunch of cubes.
Yeah.
One unravels itself like a thread. And the other one, because there's 4 of them, the other one kind of splits itself in half and then basically splits out like an onion, like a bunch of layers. And you could just almost feel something flow into it, but you have the Dharma Eye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
do.
So you see specific polygons being pulled from the mass, just through the containment, through the structure. It just reaches out and pulls whatever. It doesn't care about this little box it's in. And it pulls polygon shapes you've never seen before and absorbs them, 4 different kinds, into each of the orbs. And once it's collected enough, the orbs reconnect and form the balls again, connect back to the cylinders.
Right.
The cylinders spin up the information, almost like a slot wheel, until it finds the perfect combination, reconnects with the slate again, and that grindstone happens.
Yeah,
And you're like,
I thought the grindstone was coming again. Yeah. Okay. Well, we have the item. We have to grab the item.
There at one point was no less than 7 stickers on this thing, but all that's left is the adhesive smudges.
Oh, well.
You have no idea which ones.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, I there's no stickers, so I can take it. That's good to know. Well. So, do I study this thing? Do I take it with me? Do I put it in containment? Containment sounds like the best option here.
Okay.
Lyron's not gonna like it.
You have been exposed to the grindstone. Lose 1 int permanently.
Oof.
Every time you are exposed to it, you lose 1 int permanently.
Okay.
It triggers every hour on the hour.
Oh, so I was here for an hour so far.
No, or did you just happen to be there when it triggered?
Yeah, you were there when it triggered.
Okay,
And
I thought you
kinda
said it happened
watched
twice.
Run again.
Yeah.
You watch it run again for an hour,
Yeah.
and then it goes off again.
Okay.
So technically 2 int loss.
Yeah, that's. I was just double checking
Yeah.
on that.
That's a terrible racket.
Mm-hmm.
Screech.
Well.
Do I happen to hear this? Or are the
No,
shadows
blessedly not.
continuing to- Okay.
In fact, Lar had to be staring directly at it for it to trigger the law.
Okay.
For you, though, you have a much harder time avoiding looking at it.
Yep.
So, yeah, if it weren't for the shadow, you'd probably be looking at it, and that'd not be good.
Yep.
Yep.
I will.
So you got a boombox full of wub. Poe found another card. Sorry, you're just rolling doubles. You should stop rolling doubles if you don't want cards. So, just don't do it.
Ah, yes. I will do my best.
Yep. And then Johnny always seems to find himself in the mystery section.
with the triple. more or
And
less.
yeah.
Yeah.
Then, by the way,
Yes.
you have a choice.
Mhm.
The use of that fate point has attracted the shadows. You can toss it to the shadows, meaning permanent loss.
I'll do that.
You could
No.
okay, you just toss it away. They
Yeah. The only
devour.
the only thing I could think about doing is utilizing the two-sided coin that has a lot of yin in it to, like, I don't know, put it, suck it up or something along those lines. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna feed it as a offering.
Okay. Yep.
Because
the shadow no longer is interested in you. Once you toss it away, they're like, "Oh, okay, it's over there now."
yeah.
Ooh.
So I will subtract from my current.
Yep.
6 now.
All right.
Which also means.
So, for the anomalium, there are 2 seated ones in the room. There are several stations. You'll have to pick which one has the seated content.
Okay.
Yep, it is anomalous, so it's not guaranteed which station you'll find the seated content.
We could do the alchemy and the chemistry.
Yep. There's also, you could pull one from the anomaly wall.
Ooh.
Yep. You could try and pull one from the anomaly back storage, but that gets wonky real quick. There's other drawers, there's other research stations. It's a very large area, very large
Is there a
workspace.
place for artifice?
There is a place for artifice, yes.
Ooh. Do that in the alchemy.
Maybe, if that's what you want.
What do y'all think?
If you'd like, you could do an awareness test to see what's available.
I will do
Things
this.
made that stand out.
I'm good with more information.
Yeah, I bet you would. Oh,
Do.
That was pretty good. I was pretty aware. There's even a research station on fate currency.
Oh yeah. It's neat.
Yep. If it is esoteric in nature, especially things involving fate, fortune, destiny, and luck, there is a station for it. There's a research station for very odd cosmic resources. There's
We
a
could get some-
research station on black iron meteorite and its variants.
We could do the Fate Station, because I'm currently trying to research that as well.
Yeah, I was thinking that would be interesting for you too.
And then something that Poe wants.
I mean, this is just. Sorry, I lost track a little bit. You found what that allows us to find what?
So there are some seeded
Yeah.
things in here.
and because it's anomalous, we get to choose.
Do you know the term
Hmm.
seeded?
Seeds.
Yeah, so basically, I, as the GM, have determined that instead of just being a luck roll, I have planted specific items. But the anomalous nature of the room randomizes somewhat where those planted items are, the seeded items. And depending on how you corral each of the stations, you might be able to force that seeded item to appear. But there's a lot of stations, and a lot of the energies in here are in flux, so you'll have to be cheeky about how you get that seeded content to appear.
Alrighty.
I would like to take a look at the Fate bench.
Okay.
And you said we get 2 or just 1?
Two.
2. Okay.
There's
works
no less
out.
than 30 different stations in this place. 2 of them have seeded content. The rest are.
The things.
Mhm. Now, there can't be additional ones. So if you find both of the seeded ones and you roll another one,
Yes.
it's 2.
Gotcha.
All right. Well, did Lar come out of the back rooms?
I don't know, Laura. How are you going to collect the mysterious object of cultivation?
I was thinking the easiest thing would be to put it into my spatial storage ring. That would stop the sound, at least.
And put into stasis.
And put it into stasis. But Matt could decide that that's not the best course of action, because then it destroys the stasis ring and destroys the mechanism. Because it has stickers.
Pinata!
Yeah.
Explosion.
It could just do that, exactly.
Well, we've got a bunch of stasis rings. You could just grab one of the ones that we have, empty it into a different one, and try putting it in there. But that would also maybe destroy the tablet.
Yeah. So that's always a bad thing. Just being able to take it out. Well, yeah, I got to take it out. That is the plan. And if there was a station that could read this kind of tablet, that would be interesting. Might also go well with the science stuff. Seems like this
Or
is
the science team.
Seems like this is a lore based, because it's like a cultivation manual for cosmic.
The world may never know.
So yeah, Matt, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out one of the other spatial rings I have, and I'm going to place that inside of it. And that way it doesn't explode the other one, which has things inside of it. And if it does explode this one, well, it's a lost opportunity, unfortunately, but at least I didn't screw everything over. So yeah, that's what I'll do.
You see pockets and little pits start to form in the spatial ring that you put it in.
Okay.
As the words are being pulled from the polygons being pulled from outside the spatial ring. It doesn't care for the spatial folded space. It's still
Okay.
able to reach out, and every time it pulls a word in
Mhm.
or a polygon, it creates a borehole. And
Oh,
eventually cracks are starting to form in the ring.
Okay.
And this is just on the collection phase, let alone the
the scree sound. Yeah,
yeah.
that one. So I guess that's a way to move it. It definitely was a good idea to test something else instead of putting it in the good one.
We've got a bunch of them, so we can just replace the rings every once in a while.
I have an hour.
No, you're storing it in the spatial ring has a shelf life of 3 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, 3 minutes. Perfect. Well, I will at least get it out of the back area. I'll take it out, and then take it out of the spatial ring, and then throw the spatial ring inside the back. Oh, actually, no. I'll just. Yes, I don't know what to do with this ticking time bomb spatial ring now that it's broken. Vicarious, what happens to spatial rings when they get pierced?
It actually goes through the effort of taking a breath in and a breath out, which is just a sound file.
Yeah.
Because V doesn't actually need to breathe. There are many different outcomes that can result from a breach of spatial ring. The first question comes from quality, type, specialty, who made it. These are probably the most important details.
I see.
If it's made poorly with poor materials and you try to put a piece of material or a content or a specimen inside the spatial ring it's not meant to hold, it can lead to a cataclysmic result.
Mm-hmm.
There are certain spatial rings that are made with care and expertise so that if something were to breach, it safely pushes the objects outside in an orderly fashion before self-destructing in an implosion style to prevent harm to the user. That has to be consciously put in to the design of the spatial ring when it's created. Not a lot of artisans are willing to put in the effort because it takes time, resources, and money. Where'd you get the spatial ring?
This was one of the ones that were given to us. There was a group that we hired. Do you remember them, V? The group of 4, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta.
Mm-hmm.
They gave us a few spatial rings, and this is one of the ones that were left over.
Look for a maker's mark.
I'll look over the thing, the spatial ring.
Oh, you roll me a 1d4. You're looking for a 4.
Slasher 1d4. It's a 3, isn't it? Oh, it's 1.
It is a piece of shit. It is a high storage capacity ring with an obscuring nature to hide prying eyes. But the structure of it, piece of crap. Other materials, cut corners. The design, not ideal. And you can actually see when you've pulled off the ring, it's starting to warp. Right. And it's no longer a ring, it's more of an oval. And you're like, oh no. That looks like it's going to detonate.
Can you destroy this thing for us?
Is there contents within?
No. I've taken the thing out of it. It's just
The red dot eye shoots out this little laser light, and it just kind of runs along the shape of the ring until it's disintegrated.
So, everyone, I found a back area, and that's why you didn't find me for a while, and I found this wonderful tablet. Unfortunately, I seem to be losing my sanity, as every time I hear the sound going off every hour, and I don't suggest anyone hear it, so I don't really know how to contain this, but maybe there's something inside this area here we could utilize to, I don't know, use it or something along those lines.
Well, my master has put things into stasis before.
This seems more cosmic, though. This might be. I'm not saying it might be a challenge, though. I'll give Vicarious a wink. But it's. I don't know. There's something definitely spectacular about this item.
Vicarious just gives you a steady, unreadable look. The only way robots can.
I'm just smiling. So, if we can find something that could read this tablet or make use of the tablet, that would be my suggestion for trying to find something in this area.
Oh.
I'm not sure if there's. I feel like if we could find something to scan it, could get the hieroglyphs, but translating, that one I think we need probably the archives for, or something similar of an archive to where we could understand the language. But I'm just spitballing there.
I'm just thinking of something to contain it.
Some artifacts cannot be contained. One must carry the burden at all times.
Well, I'm going to be a very stupid man by the end of this, everyone. And it's not going to last very long.
What if you just go through the whole loop and then you eventually so far down that you become sane again?
He's not losing sanity. He's losing intelligence.
Well, maybe you'll become a genius. Just gotta go so far down that it comes back out the other end.
Yes, negative intelligence. Well, once you reach 0, usually you die. Actually, no, you go into a comatose state. But I don't know that. I'm just spitballing things. Vicarious, you were saying.
You'll have to carry it. Or perhaps I can be the one to bear the burden. It's not ideal, but perhaps that is what is needed. Although Lorekeeper could probably do better than I in this particular case.
Well, he's not here.
Gee.
They.
You
She.
could, let's see. Summon them?
I mean, sure, but then, that'd be putting my master into danger, and you're already here.
What do you mean?
Never mind, I'll just summon them.
Need a special method to reach out through the darkness.
The darkness. We have our SOS signal.
Hell yeah!
You do, yeah. There you go. Thinking with SOS.
And they're on
Following the
spaceship.
second rule of Space Road.
You see, I feel like somebody's going to be like, "Where's the fire?" And it's just like, "Oh no, we
have this tablet, and we need you to hold it. Thanks, bye."
We hit the panic button. I'm sorry.
Right.
Well, Lorekeeper will show up. But since you activated the SOS, so does Wander, and so does Duality. And they're like, what do we murder?
Yep.
Wanderer.
Oh.
There was an SOS.
Yes, there's a really bad tablet or something.
I swear there were stickers on this.
There wasn't. I don't think.
No, there was not. Also, you have a creeping shadow problem, Wanderer.
Yeah,
See-
some things have been nibbling on some of the tape things.
Oh, and we have a couple of your boxes from the information, the secured storage, that had red labels on them. We didn't open it, but they were being consumed by the shadows. So we brought them here.
Thus is the price of raising a celestial beast. They kind of reach out a hand, and the shadow pours up from the ground, flowing around the fingers, around the forearm. It's costly. Just like the tree. Sometimes you find things in the deep space, and something compels you to nurture them. Maybe boredom, maybe intrigue, curiosity. Sometimes fascination. Sometimes insanity. This is one of those. I don't know why I nurture it and raise it, but some of the red canisters, the red tape, is specifically so that others don't take its food.
Oh, so this is
But
its food.
that one is something I'd rather keep, so no penalty. As they crack on one of the canisters, empty out a file, and it just surges over the container that it just tosses, the empty container, and the contents within.
Oh, I gave it a fate point, by the way. It seemed to like that kind of energy.
Different parts of the shadow is think of a different part of the digestion system. The outer layers feed on very specific minor things, specifically energy outbursts, electrical current, very mundane things. But the closer you get to the heart of the shadow, the more esoteric the energy source that it wishes to devour. So, and also the more aware it is of your presence. Creeping Shadow is my bonded beast. I don't know why I picked it, but it is allowed to eat whatever or whoever outside of things with seals on them, not just stickers. This device, though, should have had 7 seals on it.
Oh, they must have been
No detection. How about this? Tell me 2 things I wouldn't know about the device, and I'll let you take it to study.
Oh.
You are sponsored by me here specifically because you have the means to see things I cannot, or sense things I cannot. Or even, as I look at you, Poe, understand things that I cannot.
Well, do you know that so just 2 things. And how many guesses do we have, I suppose?
I'm not going to put a limit on you, but
Oh, excellent.
if I can't see a line of thought run through you that is whole and concrete, such as you're grasping for straws or just trying to make something up, then consider that time up.
Well, so far that I have learned from my eyeballs and my comprehension of just being a youngling, there's, would you call it cause? So every hour, it seems it's taking in information from different places. It grabs it. For example, we headed in a spatial ring, and it tore right through the spatial ring.
Yes, I'm aware of the collection of information.
And then
I
the
can
output.
see that the orbs absorb something. I can't see what it is. Each of the orbs is a unique absorption of a different thing. The cylinders compile it and then transfer it to the slate. These things I do know. I do know the function. I have studied it for quite some time, even
Yes.
at great expense to myself.
Yes, and that's what I was going to talk about. The expense, I imagine, is the cost of your intellect. You're facing that when it goes through the writing process.
No.
Oh.
No, this device eats Gestalt.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm. Your youth protects you. Once you have broken through what we call the embryonic state of the path, this embryonic yolk that still clings to you, which we call talent or potential.
Mhm.
Once that's gone, there's nothing protecting you anymore.
See.
So, instinctively, the body would rather take the punishment directly than sacrifice potential, which
Yes.
is why it's grinding away at your mind.
Mhm. All right.
For me, that eats Gestalt. I've had to use a lot of resources to protect it because even any loss of Gestalt is unforgivable and unthinkable. I'd rather lose other precious things instead.
Of course. So, and you know, of the 4 cylinders, each has their own
4 orbs.
4 orbs. Sorry. They each have their own uniqueness about them. Like, for example, this one here has a blooming flower.
Yeah, they know the forms.
So you do know the forms. Excellent.
Yeah,
Excellent.
They know what can be visibly seen, the changes of the physical structure. They see the hidden energies, but they have no idea what the hell's going on behind those energies, or the source, or the details that only you could probably see.
Right. Yes. When I did study it, it took about an hour to go through, and then I realized the unfortunate side effect of the writing. I never got to see more about it. I suppose I could take more time to look into it. And the one thing I do know is that it's cosmic literature of some kind, right? Unlike how we would, from the earthly path, write down a cultivation manual. This is cosmic based, right?
I don't know. You tell me.
At least that's what I pertain from my Dharmikai. So something related to the cosmic path.
Well, that would be an easy guess.
Which,
Don't consider that an answer.
Of course. And the material itself is something hardy and something that can withstand the cosmic path as well. So we know that's a gimme.
Tell me what your Dharmic eye sees and what your prismatic eye sees. And that's all I require of you.
Okay.
And if you're capable of it, you can tell me what you see simultaneously with both eyes. Although if it's too much, don't persist. Do protect yourself.
Of course. Well, Savalaire will kind of take a deep breath and then look at it with one eye. I'll do an assess on the object. I think that's what I should do. An assess with, and go through my process of 3, which is my auditory, my one half visual, my other half visual, and then do the combinations of each to get a bigger picture.
It's strange. When you look deep into it, with the Dharmic eye, this is a record.
Of course, and it's constantly recording, right? Because it's writing, right?
It's a record that is trying to complete something unknown.
Mm-hmm.
and it's pulling very specific tidbits, samplings. It's not pulling from a whole. It's not pulling an entire sample, just little tidbits, so that
Right.
whatever it's trying to understand doesn't come apart.
Which makes me think it's almost like a researcher in a sense. It's extrapolating from situations, and there's 4 of them, so it's coming from multiple different areas and
It's also a
combining it
key.
together. A key, right?
Yeah, it's a key to something.
Okay. My guess, the cosmic paths end, or along those lines. It's journey, maybe. Okay. The last thing I can do here too, Matt, is I can apply my Eye of the Saba here to enhance my eye power once per day. So I'll apply that with it as well.
Okay. Prismatic eye looks upon it, and you've seen something as dense as this material before.
Right.
A singularity mode,
Okay.
or a black hole. If you refine a black hole into a physical object, it is an infinite storage space. It has the ability to store all information. In fact, it's theorized that black holes are actually the largest databases in the cosmos.
Cool.
In the way they store data. Because once it reaches the surface singularity of the black hole, time becomes very fucky-wucky. To the point where it doesn't devour it. It just kind of skitters across the surface in a highly compacted manner. It'll destroy matter, but certain information that it pulls in isn't destroyed. It's very strange.
So, clarification here. Is the item itself like density black hole wise that it's okay, so it's not
made from somebody refined a black hole into making this for the structure.
Okay.
Both the orbs, the cylinders, and the slate. Somehow it's not crushing all space around it due to its density.
Right.
It's also you're able to move it, but your fingers never come in contact with it. It always hovers like 6 inches from it, and it just somehow you just push it, like a repulsion. Repulse.
Reminding me of
magnets.
I was thinking more Jitsu Kaisen in a sense with his utilization. Yeah, with infinity. Never really touching it.
Push or pull, it always stays 6 inches away.
Yeah. Okay.
Looking at it with both eyes, it pulls you deep in, and you kind of float through the cosmos in a spiritual body made of light and a substance you can't yet define. You do see that embryonic kind of almost yolk of an aura around you, and it's enormous. Like you have this huge, really gooey plasma around you, and at the center is this itty bitty yolk.
Right.
And as you're kind of floating through the cosmos, watching all of these strange polygons get plucked from different parts of the cosmos, several looming figures turn their attention towards you. You see 4, and they have extreme interest, and they start to reach out. But then an eye far beyond them, and just a single eye that dwarfs their collective presence, opens. An eye of pure gold. And it stares down, and the others, the 4 presences, scatter to the winds as fast as they can. And the eye just stares at you.
I give a warm smile.
And for a brief moment, you can almost see the end of the cosmic road. You will know you are on the right path wherever the golden eye is. But without it, it matters not where you go or where you search. You will be lost and never locate it. Follow the golden eye.
Okay.
And then the golden eye closes and you're thrown back in your body.
All right. Well, Wanderer, the first thing I learned. Did you know about black hole refinement?
Yes.
Do you know that this material is of a black hole then?
It was either that or hyperdense black iron meteorite. They have about the same density structure.
Either or then. Yes, it seems to have a lot of the same qualities of the black hole, being um, a storage device in a sense.
That's why. It would be black hole matter. Black iron meteorite, no matter how refined it is, it's a very dumb metal.
Mhm.
It does not.
Does its job.
It does its job, but it doesn't store information well. In fact, it's one of the most unfriendly materials out there. Black holes are way worse, but once you get them under control, you can't beat their information capacity storage. Accessing the information is hard. Storing it is easy.
I had a little bit of an inkling that this was related to the journey of the cosmic path.
Mm-hmm.
When I dove a little deeper with adding both eyes together, I saw myself, like you explained, my potential, my embryonic aura around myself. And during this little journey, I saw 4 individuals quite interested in me. And I think these 4 individuals are the authors of each of the 4 circles, the information that is coming in. I think they're adding in everything together. But there was one thing of note, one golden eye. Does that ring a bell to you?
Yes.
I do believe the cosmic path will we can continue to follow down it as long as we are within the golden eye. And I feel like it is related to this piece of literature here.
You're going to need mind sensors. Partitions in your mind that can protect from individuals taking a look. You won't be able to access it either, but they won't either. So, you are too young, and your cultivation's too shallow to protect your own mind from being read even a little bit.
Mhm.
Your will is slightly below average. Some of you have atrocious force of will, but at least you're trying. We'll need to partition these. It's not particularly information that you're going to need anytime soon. In fact, it might just be a distraction.
I see.
From each of the individual steps. Sometimes looking too far down the path is harmful.
Almost like reading a book and seeing the end before you really begin.
Correct. And you are the character in that book, and the journey you have to take to get to the end point is so daunting. Ignorance is your greatest ally. I've seen many a cultivator give up because someone revealed the requirements just to form a truth crystal.
Oh, I see.
It is different than golden core formation, but it is no less demanding, and in some cases it is more demanding, more strict. And the fallout of losing a truth crystal is more horrific than that of a golden core. Golden core, you just die. If you lose your truth crystal, you can no longer see the truth of anything. And it's not helpful in the manner that, yes, everything must be false then. You are not able to perceive truth in any fashion. It's horrifying. And taking your own life could also be an act of falsehood. You didn't accomplish it. And if you ask someone else, did they succeed? Who knows? Is it true? Can't be.
Does that help with the 2 questions that you...
It does.
Excellent.
Keep the item. I'll build a containment for it. No, a study for it. There's nothing that really can contain it in the first place. Sound dampeners will help Mr. Lyron from losing his sanity just by being in proximity. Study at your own risk.
Very well.
Very glad you took me into consideration there.
I am not unawares. As Mr. Poe, do not... I think the most simplistic way to say it is do not enter tree mode around it.
Understood.
I'll have it made available in one of the underdeck areas, one of the more shallow ones. It still needs to be protected by the Creeping Shadow. Creeping Shadow has a nice little feature where it can mimic other things and obscure other things that's within its grasp. It's one of the reasons why the main anomaly and other prying eyes are not particularly able to detect this place filled with all of its junk. You'll need something like this if you ever want to have a hideout. If you're not part of a main faction, they don't have a protected vault for you. And thus you have to make your own. And the more wealth you accumulate, the easier it is to detect at larger and larger ranges. And spatial rings, no matter how sophisticated they are, if you accumulate too much wealth, somebody's going to detect it. Spatial ring technology on the earthly path is sufficient enough for the things they collect. You can have a perfect spatial ring on the earthly path. The heavenly practitioners have made one better. One able to be not only perfected, but can also house an ego. The next great step. We have yet to develop a spatial ring among the cosmos, at least to my knowledge, that can perfectly hide and contain all objects within the cosmos. There's always some leakage. It might be the nature of space itself. There's so little of anything. The ambient environment does not assist you in its obscuring effort. You can blame the 3 great hazards for it.
Well, for now, are we done exploring?
I think so. Well,
no, we need to
I wanted to
pick.
explore this place.
Yeah.
I think you've gone deep enough. Play with the room, collect things, and I will extract everyone.
Appreciate that.
Seems you have followed my enlightenment crystal around.
Oh, that's what that is. Oh.
Mm-hmm. So when you form your Jade Palace, there's a chance, with the right materials, to form another crystal.
Oh.
Well, your enlightenment has been quite helpful so far, Wanderer.
It is not. It is a dastardly lure into the deep dark of the unknown, trying to make its way through the obscurities, trying to find answers to things that I have questions for. Unlike the golden core or the Jade Palace, certain crystals just operate on their own. I have no control over that thing.
Well, does it provide you answers ever?
I'm gonna go look for it. Yes. Everything is under control, as long as it's of the earth or the heavens. The cosmic road. Sometimes we don't even have answers to some of the simple questions, or simple problems that the other two roads have. You'll find out.
Hmm.
Go ahead.
All right.
Search this place. And it looks
Gonna
like
go-
I have not put a sticker on most of the stations, but rather the things in containment. So
All right. Law, did you want to go check out that fate thing?
Let's do it.
all right.
Go check out the fate thing.
Maybe you can study me in my unbound fate, Lyron. Maybe you'll get some more information from that.
Oh yes.
Or maybe Chung Po in their no fate.
Yep. Since you both are looking at it, we'll put one of the seated ones here, if that's what you guys want.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sure. Yeah.
All right. In a wooden case with a glass sheet, signed by Supremus herself, is one of every fake currency put up on display, like collector's coins put in velvet. And there's a little notation: to the man who has everything, who has to fight the infinite, the devourer. May this be a tool in your belt for when you are most desperate.
Hmm.
You know this is a copy. You wouldn't have the original, but somebody made an almost perfect copy of a one-of-a-kind item. So it goes all the way from a fate currency, a fate point, up to an Occam's paradox. And they're perfectly lined up
Mhm.
with the base variant, none of the special fate points like the red or blue ones.
Yeah.
Just the original ones. And there's an actual original bone coin
Oh, yes.
from the early modules before they became structured. Back when they were like boons or like favor tokens from that's one NPC.
Hmm.
In a
You've got-
glass case, and you have a feeling if you crack this open, Supremus will know, even though
Oh,
it's a
yes.
fake.
Okay.
There is one way to open this safely. It says, in case of emergency, break glass with hammer. And there's a special little engraving of a very specific hammer, probably a one of a kind that Alhazard owns. And as long as you break it with that hammer, Supremus will know Alhazard opened it and everything's fine.
Or everything's not fine at that point in case of emergency.
Correct. But as long as the hammer has opened it, that means the rightful owner who the gift was meant for has opened it. And everything is kosher in that regards, for good or for ill. But if you guys open it, and it looks so easy to open, then Supremus will know. For those who don't know Supremus, the sheer mention of her name written or said verbally, or even hinted at, you can feel reality tremble a little bit. Entropy itself kind of cowers, like waiting for a heavy hand to fall.
Can I utilize my data tablet to record what these coins are supposed to do without
Yeah,
opening
you
the
can
case?
scan it through the glass. Just opening it up and gaining access
Okay.
to the coins physically is the difficulty. But using scans or assessing them or looking through the glass itself, there's no problem. Don't open the glass. Don't open the container.
Cool.
Yep.
Got a thing. What did Poe want to look at?
Yeah, Poe. What you up to, bud?
So is this like an individual item that I can look at, or is it a room?
It's
It's a room
Oh,
full
it's
of
a room,
stations.
my friend. And there are 29 more stations in the room.
Would you guys be against me searching for a plant herbology greenhouse type of
A
sanction
terrarium.
terrarium? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
I would look for one of those.
There are one tucked in the back. There's a little green room set into one of the walls. It's filled with this aggressive kudzu. You can't see past all of the green that's pressed up against the observatory plate.
Okay.
Looks like the door itself is also stuck fast because, hey, if there's a handle or something that the roots can grow into or on, they'll do it. You definitely see that at one point the roots did kind of burrow through the crevice of the airlock door and immediately retreated because it's like, ew, we don't like it out here.
Gotcha.
So it's a lot of withered roots that have further sealed the door. There's a station outside of it, though, filled with samples and seeds and different flora matter, research notes. There's an actual physical paper notebook with handwritten notes in it,
Oh wow.
covered in dust. Not doing so great, so be gentle.
All right. I'll read the notebook very carefully.
It's hard to tell what language they're using because it's not any normal language. It's some sort of bastard short form.
Hmm.
Kind of like a stenographer would do.
Yep.
And there's no like key.
Yeah. Okay. So it's all
But
just
the pictures and the math and the diagram and other non-short form, you can kind of piece together what they're writing about just by the pictures and the diagrams. But
gotcha.
the descriptions are kind of obscured through that short form. They're looking to see if they can raise all sorts of different plants in the cosmic environment that they had pulled from some source. Some of them are heavenly, some of them are earthly. And they've been trying to crossbreed them with some of the more hardy cosmic plant flora genome. They're doing spooky science.
Boy.
Kind of the stuff you would see in a B-rated or even A-rated horror space movie. I'm going to combine these two. Consequences be damned.
Fun.
Yeah. So,
Well,
if the other players would not mind, you can use the other seated one here at this station, but there are a lot of other options. There are 28 other stations you can use this one on, but
It's up to Poe. We already used one of them.
It's not like you can't go back to this station as well. It's just like the one's going to its its value in a sense, like the more
Mhm.
usage out of it.
This one was mostly just for me. While I have plans for this station, but for that specific thing, I think it'd be better if we used it for the seed. I think it'd be better if we used it somewhere, not with the seeds.
Okay.
It could matter. Like you've seen the weight of that seeded one already used. It's a pretty nuts item.
Yeah.
So
Mostly
finding
for
something
research purposes right now, but
Mhm. But with it, Laura might be able to devise a blueprint for some of the higher tier fake currencies and use very expensive materials to build them.
sure.
I think that might be a better option there.
No, they already have it. That's
Yeah,
what
we
they
already
already
got
used the one on it.
We already used the
Yeah.
If you want to think of it this way, it could be something shared with people. Like, for example, another station, I don't know, a physician station would be something related to two of us, or it could be what else would be interesting?
Is there a sacred geometric station?
I feel like that wouldn't be around. Otherwise, he'd already. You could probably.
Well, they might not
have.
understand it. Yeah.
Yeah, this
If
is
they're very
Wanderer
interested in it, they
stations,
might have
right?
taken it.
Yeah.
You want to go look?
I mean, I'll go look for it.
Yeah, there's one in the back. It's not a research station such as they've made any progress. They have at some point. The notes show that they, at great cost, purchased a Holy Geometrics tablet written on a stone. You recognize that as a template with a couple words on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So they've bought a series of these different ones with different functions and purpose, and they're trying to analyze Holy Geometrics. And the first thing that offends you is this guy can't draw a perfect circle. Every attempt, no matter how good it is, even with like a protractor or an actual physical tool, it's not perfect. And that's the first thing, and honestly, it makes you laugh. Like, and you haven't laughed in a while. You've been under a lot of stress, and you kind of just have this moment for yourself. Just that's hilarious. For some reason, whoever this was, even if it's Wanderer, couldn't draw a perfect circle, and you can tell. And sometimes it's so minuscule. It's like you didn't even use the right drawing device. If you use a pencil, obviously it's not going to be perfect because the way the graphite breaks when you draw it is not perfect. You fool! And it's just really funny to you. It's also kind of a coping mechanism because of all the stress you went through just to learn how to draw a perfect circle.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Well,
Yep.
I think I can utilize this place, and this should be. I can't recognize the words that were on the template, or
Of course you
can I?
can.
Okay.
There's a couple of them that are like, if you try and learn them, you'll have to undergo the rite of learning them. But you can look at these and go, oh, I know what these are for, or can surmise what they're about to do.
Gotcha.
But you will see it in a way that other people won't. The people who use these can understand the result, the outcome of using it. Using it produces X effect. You unfortunately don't see the end effect. You see the interaction of all of the reagents in the template instead.
Okay.
You see all the minutia.
Gotcha.
And it makes it harder to determine what will come out on the other end. But you get to see all the different theory, craft, and design. They all use the base template number 1, which you are very familiar with.
Yeah.
There are 2 words that you don't have Because most of these are designed with earth, wind, fire, water.
Yeah.
One is space.
Ooh.
Yeah, so distances. Yeah. The other is kind of weird. I don't know if I want to say it's structure, foundation.
Base.
Yeah, it'd be. Yeah, I think it'd be more of structure. Something that at the core of all things is the foundation of something. It provides mostly the material in which the template was put on incredible durability during use. It still is used at the end, but it allows the tablet itself to complete the use of the Holy Geometrics without giving out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you
Which is nice.
so the word is structure?
Yeah.
Okay. I was about to say, just like, would you prefer, or would foundation be? But
Think of it as a combination word of a lot of synonyms to make one like overarching word that describes all of them simultaneously. I, as the GM, don't know what that word is. I will probably find it, or you can have it be called a mutant word.
Okay.
It'd be a word that only like an entity who made it up would know, or who developed it, because it wouldn't be represented in our language.
Okay.
But it describes a whole bunch of different words in the language you do know. So structure would probably be the closest. Yeah, foundation, frame, support.
Alrighty.
Skeleton.
An interesting find.
Yeah. And unless you spend the one here, there's just some Holy Geometrics tablets and some very funny notes as someone who is not chosen to be a practitioner tried to figure it out. And you can tell they worked hard to no avail.
It's crazy to think about just what. Well, I know it was hard, but to see the futility of somebody else truly trying, and it's, well, I'm proud of myself and slightly humbled.
Now, the interesting part is they've made two correct assumptions, one of which is these dots are true manifestations of an idea or a concept, and that to truly be able to wield them, you must fully understand them. And they kind of write out probably dangerous under the concept of full understanding, let alone partial. So they got two things correct. But they kind of stopped their research because it's like, how the hell am I supposed to truly understand these words?
I thought they either unlocked something and wrote it down and somebody came headhunting.
No, they didn't come headhunting because they didn't really get any further because they haven't figured out how to properly draw the diagrams. They haven't figured out how to properly understand the words or where to start.
Gotcha.
They made two correct assumptions, but among a sea of incorrect assumptions, I mean, if anyone were to read this without knowing Holy Geometrics, it'd just be like, this is my book of hypotheses.
Gotcha.
And then 2 of the 100 assumptions are correct. Which ones are they? Good luck.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Maybe if they had a truth crystal, they might be able to figure out which ones are correct assumptions, but yeah.
Do we want to use the thing here?
You would be the only one able to use it.
Yeah, it's not a. And you're more than welcome to, if this is the if Holy Geometrics is something you want to. Think of it like this. This is your opportunity to go down the Holy Geometrics path for the cosmic stuff. This is kind of like, how do you want to, like, what's a new job or trade or something you're already doing? And what is something you want to work forwards to when you're on the cosmic path? Because we're going to have lots of time to do this kind of research. So yeah, it's gonna be that kind of question for yourself. Like, Holy Geometrics is very powerful. It takes a lot of time to do things. These are types of things that you'd want to have as a cosmic cultivator. But at the same time, it doesn't affect us. But at the same time, it allows you to make things for us. So it's all about how you want to look at it, and if it's something you personally want to go down. You know what I mean?
I
And
got you.
another facet of it is I may not give you an immediately usable resource.
Hmm.
Because the Anomalium, I've designed it so that some of the things you can get are a little out of proportion to where you are in the story. But also who collected these and how much, how valuable would these be to their research? Does it help at all? Do they even know what they're looking at? So it is through the lens of whose research lab this is, which is definitely Wanderers. So how much could Wanderer get their hands on, Holy Geometrics wise, even if luck was or fortune was on their side? That would determine what comes out as the one. So
So they might not have anything.
it might
Super
not
revel-
be amazing, but it could give you insight or progress, or it'll definitely be worth it, but it may not be as worth it as the Fate Point collection. Also, Holy Geometrics is all a battle of inches to do anything, so
Yeah.
this would give you maybe a few extra inches that you didn't have to work through. So there's also other stations. You can go shop around a little bit if you'd like. Oh,
Well, the next station that I could see myself either wanting would be a medical bay or something. Well, I think medical bay would be my very next thing. Otherwise, terraforming, but I don't know exactly how to just say, well, let's terraform stuff at this stage.
medical bay is a medical pod in the back. It's made of strange artifice. It's more along the lines of cosmic cultivator artifice rather than science. But there are some machinery bits, some electronics attached to it. A lot of vials of mysterious liquids in its undercarriage, and a lot
Drink
of
'em all.
pointy needles.
Hmm.
It has this very interesting interface. A little mechadendrite spindle comes up, and it looks like a little disc mirror that appears with this beautiful gilding around the mirror. And the mirror then goes translucent and produces this crystalline screen. And you can instruct it to perform whatever treatment that it has available in its repository. Unfortunately, it does not possess teachings. There is a red sticker on the device itself, as in don't take it, but you can use it. It's mostly loaded with experimental treatments for issues that cultivators come across in the cosmic path, where normal remedies don't work. It's well, I have no other route other than the desperate one. Put me in the machine. See what happens.
Okay.
That's the physician's station.
Gotcha.
Yep.
If I wanted to try and combo the herbology area to harvest several different types of whether or not it be key plants and or just medical grade things and create cultivation pills and or healing pills, could I combo or could I do that in this facility here?
You're not certain. You haven't seen the alchemy table.
Fair enough.
Would you like to see the alchemy table?
Absolutely.
All right, making your way over to the alchemy table. Cosmic alchemy is the art of transmutation and change, including that of large celestial objects. It's your terraforming station, if you know what you're doing. There are certain artifacts that can put a planet inside a cauldron, and the planet is the pill. And you terraform it using the cauldron. Now, this requires a very special artifact and an even more special flame and an even more specialer procedure, basically a recipe. So that is your cosmic terraforming efforts. It's not the only type, but an alchemist can expand the scope of what is alchemy on the cosmic road. The earthly road, it's very straightforward. It's you're intaking more concentrated properties and energies of heaven and earth. The heavenly road, their more special pills are almost miraculous in what they can do, far beyond what the earthly path can do. And then once again, cosmic outscales what the heavenly path can do by leaps and bounds, because they're like, well, if people can be cauldrons, why not entire cities of people? Well, it's too time consuming to just do every city. Why don't we just do the whole planet? That's more efficient. So you can, but that's not what this station is researching, or what it was last used to research. So there's books made of that synthetic reinforced paper that endures, that where paper doesn't. There's a little text about the terraforming art of alchemy. What you're looking at, do you have alchemy?
I do have alchemy. Well,
would you roll me in a scholastic law alchemy roll? If you could, please.
Yes, I do have basic alchemy. Woo!
Okay. It looks like a new way to make an engine. They want to use some sort of pill furnace as a ship engine. That's what they're looking at.
Okay.
Either that or a nitro stove, so you can give your spaceship nitro.
I mean, gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast. Yeah. So you could use the one here. I have a very specific thing you'll get. Very seated at this one, but it's up to you.
Guys, I think with that comment, I think it's a good idea. I think we should do it.
It may not be the thing you're looking for, but it is definitely what's here.
I'm down. Cosmic.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, alchemy is something I plan to utilize, even if it's going to be the lowest, in the cosmic path. But yeah. Let's go.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it's the weakest. It's just the least valued.
Exactly. Yeah.
So there is a prototype stove for a nitro charge. Looks like a pill furnace, but it has heavily reinforced parts. Uses some sort of hyperdense black iron meteorite reinforcement. It is covered in scripture, and there's a little top that has a pressure latch. But next to it, which is not a prototype, is the pill recipe for gold, platinum, and star nitro.
Oh.
Star
So
Nitro.
we have some good fuel recipes here, or nitro recipes.
Mhm.
So hang on a second.
These are pills for machines. You eat these as a cultivator, you better be an energy cultivator.
Nice.
So I guess I could utilize it.
Yeah, exactly.
Even the gold nitro, based on the output, you would explode.
At the moment.
Yeah, at the moment, yeah. These also can be hyper pills, like really powerful pills for energy beings. So if you're full energy and you're like, hey, I hear you having a hard time cultivating, you want to buy some nitro? And they're like, dude, I thought you wouldn't ask. So they have many uses. Most of them are for, especially the gold nitro, is for large cruise liner ships and or military ships to get from one side of the cosmos to the other very quickly.
I think this is really good for us then, boys.
Yeah, if you use this on a run, good luck trying to scan anything, because you won't. But if you have to run like hell, this is great.
Who needs SOS when you have get the fuck out?
Yeah, so the current prototype stove, based off of the information written down, if hooked up properly, and the rocket engine can handle the output, and the reactor can handle the chemical catalyst you expose it to. This stove can handle gold nitro and platinum nitro without a problem, as long as you don't put in more than one capsule at the same time. It is not star nitro rated. No one's figured out how, oddly enough, no one's figured out how to build a stove to handle it, but they figured out how to make the nitro. So, woo!
You ever seen Redline?
Yes!
Yeah.
This is where this comes from.
Nice.
One of my favorites. And, yeah. Red line is awesome, but you get gold, platinum, and star nitro.
Well, I think for the rest of the area, for the rest of this facility, I think that would be all future stuff. But for the ability to go fast, I think that's worth it.
You guys could be speed dealers on the Star Exchange. Hey, you want to go fast? Yeah, I want to go fast. Pay me the right monies, and I'll hook you up.
I'll make you go as fast as you want.
Do you sell the stove? No. I only let you go fast.
I never said you'd be able to handle it.
Listen, we could find, if we ever got an enemy, I was about to say, we could find an enemy. Well, let's not just go look for enemies. If we ever had an enemy where it's just like, hey man, I'll make you as fast as you want to go, gives them the star nitro.
Yeah. So, from the recipes that you see, there's two ways to make star nitro. One is considered highly taboo, which is you just take a whole star and you compress it down in a refinement, and then you, through alchemical methods that does make no sense to you, turn it into a gem capsule with the full power of a star in it. And then when you expose it to the reaction chemicals, the liquid, inside the stove, it then undoes the binding, separates the two halves of the capsules, and exposes the star's full power to the stove.
Huh.
One of the major problems it has is the compressed star matter unfortunately has the tendency to turn everything it's exposed to into strange matter, which then causes a chain reaction and converts the rest of your ship and everything on it to strange matter.
Okay, that could
Or it just
Okay.
ruptures the stove and everyone explodes. The other way is you collect star motes during changes in the star's shape and or life cycle, and you collect enough of them, and then you can put them together, and then you can make a star nitro capsule. But that takes a lot of effort. But it's not taboo.
Gotcha.
If you go stealing stars and just plucking them for your own use, there's probably some people going, "Hey, we were using that. What the fuck, man?" Yeah, and if you steal stars, you break the star accord, which is the collective agreement of all the most powerful entities in the cosmos to not fuck up the universe by basically fighting over the resources.
How do disputes get settled for contested wanting resources? And also,
Usually through disciples.
Okay.
Because if you boil it down, your ability to select a disciple, train them, nurture them, the entire step of development of this disciple is also a true indicator of talent, understanding, worth, because even the selection process itself should be stringent. You don't just pick a random guy, you pick someone who can actually do what you're going to teach. And then you have them battle it out. And then whoever wins. That's why a lot of opportunities are like, this is also a competition between two higher powers to whoever can secure the legacy. And whichever one does, well, the masters then resolve whatever hidden disagreement they have in the background. So there's a lot of reasons why people are super arrogant, and why people won't back down or act a certain way. So
Gotcha.
yeah, because if their master's like, "Hey, you better fucking win," well, he's gonna die. He's gonna do it or die trying.
Fair enough.
Yeah. 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 For Lyron, the speeds, you can almost taste it.
Speed.
Yeah, the gold nitro will send you to ridiculous speeds. Platinum nitro will send you to ludicrous speeds, and star nitro sends you to plat.
Oh, great. Well, don't want to do that again anytime soon.
Nope. You outrun the law of physics. Do you know the Spaceball reference?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Ludicrous speed, yes.
Yes. Those are your two-seated ones. Every other station does not have a 1, and even if you rolled 1, you don't get a 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I'll take a look at the Artifice Station, though.
Alright. Filled with a bunch of half-finished projects and prototypes.
Okay.
There is an adorable little hummingbird, though, made out of Artifice.
Ooh.
And when you wind it up with a little wind-up toy, it comes to life. And then you realize if it's not constantly wound, it dies. And then when you wind it up, it revives. And it's a horrible, miserable existence for whatever this is. Seems to operate like a sentient hummingbird.
It's the horribly traumatized one.
Yeah, something like that. Or maybe it forgets who it was. And then when it comes, it's like, I'm alive! Yay! And then when it dies, it's like, no! And it's that cycle forever.
Oh.
Doesn't even know it died, or its previous lives.
Sure enough.
Goodbye, John.
Goodbye, John.
Yeah.
Looking through rooms is also distasteful.
Yeah. Why aren't you cultivating? Gosh.
Looking through rooms about cultivation.
Yeah. Pretty fun. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I can roll
what
a
are you
D100.
looking for?
Manuals or, I guess, ways to get on the path of the cosmic artificer.
No direct, like, beginner level stuff.
Sure.
What's at the table is the opposite end of the spectrum. Theoretical, hypothetical, cutting edge, unproven, unsuccessfully tested artifice of the cosmic path. This is like, they release one of these every 10 years to the cosmos, whoever wants to buy it. And it's just like, we have no idea what's going on, but we're trying to figure it out. And it's kind of like, what do you call that? Like Mechanics Weekly,
Mm-hmm.
but for Artifice. And there's just 7 different volumes of the last 70 years from when this was collected. But if you look at the dates and confer with Wander, they picked these up 7,000 years ago. So they're missing a lot of volumes.
Okay. Back when they had an interest in this.
Yeah, it
Lost
looks like they
interest.
went on to something else.
Okay.
Their research attention span is about as wondrous as their name.
Okay.
They just kind of do whatever. It's kind of strange. Because there's so many half done a lot of things. Like all these stations, it's all half something. Nothing's really completed.
Mm-hmm. Well, do you want me to make a luck check to see if I find anything useful there?
Don't roll a 1? Don't want to waste it here? Yeah, there's just a bunch of books that you can take. No wonder doesn't even care. None of the
I'll
stuff
do
on the table is marked with red.
Okay.
How about we?
They don't even care if you just put your arm and then just scrape everything off and put it in a bag.
Matt, will
That
you
was the
allow
plan.
a fate point reroll for Casey?
If you want.
Ooh,
Wander's
there you
here, so
go.
they'll keep the creeping shadow at bay.
That's a -5, isn't it?
Yep. So
Hmm.
that's a nice little 9 for you.
There is a bomb. You can feel it in your teeth. You're like, cosmic munitions.
Ooh.
So this is a shrapnel projection monofilament wire area denial grenade. When it goes off, it sends spools of monofilament wire at hypervelocity in a specific blast radius, along with other questionable shrapnel.
Okay.
Most people don't know that they've been cut by the wire until they move, and then one half of them goes one way and the other half goes the other.
Sounds horrifying.
It is a wonderful device to use inside space stations and ships because it will not harm ship hull. It'll embed the wire in the ship hull just a little bit, maybe a millimeter, but it won't pierce their proper armored ship hull.
Ooh, that means we won't get damaged by it because we have ship hull armor with our spacesuits on.
You have 10% of ship hull armor. So yes, this absolutely can screw you over. Because it does have a pen rating that is very high.
Gotcha.
Got it.
Consider it like 5,000 pen. But it's reduced by several magnitudes when it comes across ship hull, like proper, not a percent. If you get to 50% ship hull, which is the conversion for the suit, it'll only be 500 pen. And then if you get 100%, it's only 50 pen, and then the armor of the hull will definitely block that. This is hard to make, but most artifices of this level are. There's been a lot of thought into it. There might have been a sticker on this at one point, but it's definitely missing now.
No problem. Just future problem.
You have
Is
no
there a
idea what
research
color it
note
would
for
be, though.
Research notes or schematics? Or we'll have to reverse engineer.
There
them.
is. No, there is a research note. They put an anomaly in the middle as the chemical charge. You'll have to
that seems
pull
wildly unnecessary.
well, somehow it's a pressurized container of this weird anomalous gas, and when exposed to a specific catalyst, you're not sure what the label on it, it's like some sort of wavelength, it then activates the gas, which then detonates the little container it's in, and then exposes the wire to the gas, and the gas then turns the wire and the shrapnel into metaphysical damage as well.
Ooh. Okay.
So mean. Why you gotta think about these things, Matt?
The only way you can get more of the gas is to find which anomaly on the wall, or in the back wall, or in the back wall it comes from, and harvest some, and then pressurize it. It's also just
Sounds
a
like a
prototype.
future problem.
Yes,
It's also
exactly.
just a prototype. And this is the working prototype. So who knows if it actually goes off properly.
It's
But
fine.
you're pretty sure if it's point blank or within like 2 squares of where it lands, it'll do its job. But it says the blast is 6 meters of lethal. And then any after that, it's just kind of like the monofilament wire couldn't cut through that much air without losing its speed.
Okay.
And the gas corrodes the wire to the point where within like half a second after explosion, the wire's already corroded and destroyed.
Okay.
So maybe there's a corrosive factor if you're caught within a really, like if you're caught within point blank, or maybe
it doesn't matter.
Or maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know. Maybe it does soul damage immediately upon like direct damage, like it has soul rending in point blank. Who knows? Wander made some weird shit, and you're like, Wander, does this have a sticker? And they're like, I don't really remember what sticker I put on that. Maybe a blue
It
one.
doesn't have one anymore.
Yeah, maybe a blue
There's
one.
an anomaly in it. Probably has a blue one.
Would you like it?
Well, of course I'd like it. It goes boom.
Oh, okay. It's yours. Take the schematic too.
Oh, why thank you. I shall make such explosions with this.
Well, if you're wanting to make more, you'll have to follow the filing system. Although, the filing system is not as structured as it used to be. I kind of just put things in the containments and just kind of labeled them. So, if you can find my notes somewhere in the lab about my filing system for the anomalies, you'll know where the anomaly is. And the notes should tell you how to extract some of it. But if you ever wanted to make more, you'd have to come back to the anomalium.
All right.
Which is one of the deeper parts that the Creeping Shadow protects. So, Oh, you could potentially create a geo-lock or signature with that geometric talisman.
Geometric talisman?
Your colleague, Dow companion Mr. Poe, looked at the Holy Geometrics table over there.
Oh. He didn't really
I
make a
couldn't make
comment other than looking very proud for a second.
Oh no, I could not make heads or tails of most of it. I did know what I bought though. I bought an escape talisman, a defensive one, and a teleportation one. So I don't know. Maybe you can use holy geometrics to mark this location so that you can find it for reaccess. Or I don't know, follow the enlightenment crystal into the dark again.
Are you saying that it's unlikely that we make it back here on our own? Otherwise.
They kind of whisper this kind of like back of the mind scratching kind of noise that permeates your skull, and they seem to be talking quietly with the creeping shadow, and it kind of sends heebie-jeebies through you. No, you will not be able to find this room again easily. It knows you want to get in. It has a... You'd have to play a game with it to find
Sure
it.
enough. You're saying it'd be anomalous if we made it here?
You know, if you'd like to look at it that way, that would be very fitting. Especially if you're able to consistently find the room, that would be very anomalous. Regardless, this close to the heart of the shadow is, it's hard to figure out what's right or wrong, what's up and down, which is actually a hallway, and which is not.
Sure enough.
But turns out my enlightenment crystal actually peels away all the deceitful efforts. So I guess as long as you follow the crystal and it just happens to lead you by the anomaleum, it will actually reveal the anomaleum, but then getting out's the problem.
Oh, yes.
Do you know how deep this is?
Not at all. We were just following your crystal.
Well, this is one of the rooms that is so deep it's shuffled around.
Oh.
And they'll kind of give you a little understanding about how deep you were. You were last seen here, and now you're down here. It's like an entire forearm's length.
Huh.
On a map, on a little itty bitty map. The navigate surface down here is a minus 500.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. Unless you follow the crystal, and then it's just a minus 40. And who knows where it'll take you.
Further down. To the heart
Or
of the
you go so deep, you go all the way back up.
Oh, that's helpful.
Yeah. Because what's down might be up once you've reached the downmost location. And then only going down is back up. Yep. This part of the map is way bigger than the space station should be. Yeah. And
Cool.
there's kind of like this hull mark where the ship or the space station is like, this is the outside of the ship hull. And the rest of this map would technically be outside the ship hull, but it doesn't exist outside the ship hull. It's not there. But there's still a map for it, and there's definitely, you're in one of those rooms. Do I smell Tempestari cards?
Kinda.
Question for you. Would you like to play, or would you like to stay out of it? Because once you are a player, you are a player. And it becomes an obsession. Especially like a very time-consuming obsession until you at least assemble a playable deck and you've played one game. After that, you're always on the lookout for cards. You just can't help it.
I only have 3 cards.
Hmm.
And I know nothing about it, or how many I should have, or anything of the such.
Well, that's where the question comes in. Do you want to play? Or
Do you have
do
a
you want...
deck?
I do have a deck, yes.
Okay, do you have
I'm
a
the Wanderer.
spare?
Of course, I'm going to find some damn cards, and it's... Mhm. I am actually on the ranked list for Tempestari players. My
Nice.
deck, Chaos Spaghetti, is famous throughout the cosmos.
Quite the name.
hmm I've collected the most eccentric, eclectic collection of cards.
Well,
Usually when you play someone, it's the same deck list. Like, you can kind of like figure out what their deck does, what their key cards are, their key strategy. Mine's just pure chaos, baby.
nice.
Mhm.
Over the table, we're sitting at just past
201.
3.
Yeah.
Did anybody need
I don't need to go, but
how long would a game take?
Not very long considering you only have 3 cards.
Fair enough.
hmm
Sure, I'll do a game.
If you
Figure out
play
what
a
I'm doing.
game, you're in for good.
I
Yes?
mean, sure. I would like to see how this goes.
Alright. As the tradition goes, which kind of sucks for me, but it is what it is. I need to give you a couple cards
Okay.
because I'm introducing you. So, first things first, you get one of these cards. Every new player gets one. It's a resource card.
Okay.
It produces one of all the resources. And it costs nothing. It allows you to at least play something if you have it in hand. If you don't have ridiculously high-powered cards that are too expensive to play. And then you get to pull a random card from my deck and add it to yours.
Okay.
Which kind of sucks, because it could be a key part of Chaos Spaghetti, but I'm not so worried, because Chaos Spaghetti is Chaos Spaghetti. I can add new cards all the time.
This
as like a 500 card deck.
Yeah, they're one of the OG, like, my deck is as many cards as possible. Whereas everyone's like, I keep it to a minimum 16 cards. Like, this is like, it's efficient. It always does what it's supposed to do. And then you play Wanderer's deck, who's like, are the cards. Hey, look! Exactly what I needed.
So far, I have this listed as resource card. It's a resource, faction none, cost 0. It's energy.
Gives you 1 energy, gives you
Okay.
1 money, and it gives you, I think, 1 influence.
Now is that or is it
Nope,
one
it's
energy?
all plus 1 of each.
Nice. Okay.
Yep.
Money plus 1, and influence is the last one.
Now you get to roll a d100. If you roll a double, you get the silver edition, because there are certain cards with different rarities, and they're definitely better the more rare they are.
Okay. D100, look for doubles. Never mind.
Yeah. So it's just 1 across the board, and it's free. So.
Cool.
Yay!
Let's see. So
Couldn't Lar +3 that to make it a 22?
If he has enough, if he has enough tumbleweedies.
I have 4 tumbleweeds left, so I could make it a 22 for you. Or
Yeah,
just
do
use
it.
one? Yeah, sure.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. It's +3 for 0.
Oh, okay. That's a lot better.
Yeah.
+3 to each one.
Yeah. Money,
Okay.
energy, influence,
Is this
and
a
that other
core
one.
card?
And that other one.
Yeah, money, influence, energy. Yep. Gives you
Is this
+3 to
a core?
each.
Okay.
No, as a silver, it is a temporal card, which means you can play it at any time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Card speed.
Temporal.
This would be a card speed 9. There are very few cards that outspeed it.
Nice. Okay. Card speed 9. Any
The weird
keywords?
part is
Sorry.
the stack works a little differently. Do you know about the stack?
Kind of in other games, but
Like
I'm
Magic
not-
the Gathering, like the stack.
Yes.
I play this, you in response play this, I in response play this, and it builds a stack.
Yes.
Boop, boop.
Well, in Tempestari, if it has temporal, you can put it on the stack at instant speed. But the speed of the card is determined where it triggers on the stack. The higher the speed, the more earlier it goes off.
Okay.
Which could lead to something goofy, because if you have a speed 9 card, and then you have a card that you want to pay using the speed 9 at a speed 3, well, we have to resolve everything between the resource card down to the card you actually wanted to play, because you had to pay for it. So some people have very fast cards. Some people are like, do your little thing. It will matter not in the end. I'm inevitable. Yeah, so. Alright. Roll a 1d500 to see which card you pull out of Wander's deck.
Okay. 35.
Nope. That's 1d100. I need a 1d500.
Oh, whoopsie.
100 disappears.
1d500.
Be 49.
248.
Alright. This.
It's Karibo.
Winged Garibo.
Lets you discard it to cancel an attack. Pretty good.
Nope. Oh, yeah, I should probably determine what kind of card it is.
Just, heart of the cards, guide me. Pulls out God.
That's 2 off of exactly in the middle.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Yep. Just cut the deck in half. Bam.
You pull the first arcane spell, Inside Itching. It is a deployable clandestine card. It costs 1. It gives you 1 energy, but it costs 2 money and costs 10 influence. Its keywords are direct, which means it targets the player, not the assets he deploys. It's instant, which means it happens immediately. which turns a core card into a temporal card. And persistent means it lasts for more than one round. Has a speed of 10.
Okay.
So in response to this stack, you as a player are itching on the inside. You cannot scratch it because it's on the inside. You want to continue playing? It goes away if you concede.
Oh.
Chaos Spaghetti. Because there's more than one way to win. You don't have to. You can make them concede. There's no way to win? Well, you'll want to concede after I play these 3 cards at 10 speed. What are they? Inside itching. The other one is testicular torsion.
And tinnitus. Extreme tinnitus.
Yep. And the last one is penultimate nipple twist. Persistent.
What if they don't have nipples?
You get one, and it's twisted. Ah! So,
What's the
Chaos
most-
Spaghetti at its finest. It interacts with the player, it interacts with the board, interacts with the person who has the cards. Who knows? And they're like, oh, that's one of my better ones. I hope you use it to the best. And they take out a card from their pocket, don't even look at it, and slide it back in. Ah, restored. Who knows what that is? I bet it's good, though.
Because you always believe in the heart of the cards.
Chaos Spaghetti. Well, this one will be beneficial to the deck. Just adds it.
It does not look like you can play any of your cards. You do not have the resources for it. That's sad. Actually, can you play Creeping Shadow?
Cost 10.
Shadow.
No, that was the Anomaly X.
Cost one other asset or deployable.
Oh, yeah, that's the
deployable.
problem. You have to be able to play something that sticks on the board.
I can use Cursed Arcane Spell, like the cost for that one, because my silver, I have enough. And then
But you don't have enough influence to pay for it or money.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
your deck is like, I'm trying. Dude, give me resources. We'll play when you find enough cards to be actually even have the ability to play. Because you can't play any of your cards except for the beginner card, the resource, the Omni resource. Because if you can play one and something, there might be a small card collection of very beginner-based cards, somewhere in one of the lockers. So continue looking. As long as you can play something, then you can potentially play Creeping Shadow, sacrifice it, and then use Creeping Shadow to be a star for your ultimate card. And then you can play your ultimate card if you have enough resources, and then you might have a chance to win. But I also might get you with Chaos Spaghetti, so who knows?
Right. Well,
Welcome to Tempestari!
until then, find more cards.
You can add the condition Obsessive Card Collector. Extreme. So you
I
have a
just
working
drink.
deck. It's like,
Yeah.
I need them cards! I need my cardboard crack! I need it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mhm.
Where should I put that?
Yeah. And that'll be it.
Okay. Let's see. So, Obsessive Card Collector.
Yep. Extreme.
Extreme card. Excessive Card Collector Extreme or
It's the severity of the obsession is extreme obsession.
okay, Extreme.
It's not all consuming, but it's like if you hear about cards, you're like, "Do you see cards?" Push his glasses up the bridge of nose. I heard you say cards. Yeah.
Extreme Obsession Card Collector.
Yeah. And the funny part is, you know that that protective brick that your ultimate card's in?
Yes.
It just goes in the deck as is.
Gotcha.
So you can definitely tell where it is in the deck at all times.
Just a freaking imagine.
If you ever
just
see
like
a brick in
block.
someone else's deck, it's like, oh, that's a powerful card. Only the best cards get bricks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The best
Mine's made
Tempestari
of
player
weapon.
is only bricks in his deck.
It's just like, what has he got? He's got a lot of bricks.
He has a hand. He's barely able to hold the 7 cards in hand because they're so thick. I play Omni Resource Beginner card. 1 of 1. Ultimate tier. It gives me 100 in resources in all categories. It's just literally like, oh. Yes, it does have its own theme song when I play it, yeah. And it would be a scratch and sniff, but it's inside the protective brick, so you can smell that money and influence and energy.
Chunpo walks up to Sopalar. Hey, you think I could make a card out of your card? Would that
He
work?
looks at you puzzlingly. Not because it's a stupid question. Mostly because he doesn't know what you're asking. And he hopes that you don't know what you're asking. Jungbo, these are very special to me.
Oh well, yeah, I know. I wouldn't want to take your card.
No. Their use is similar to how you would utilize this game that you're playing, but the weight of them is different. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I'm pretty sure some of these cards have weight too, but I think a different weight.
I suppose, yes.
Wanderer kind of strokes their chin. I'd imagine your Fate Bonds is a player, and I bet they have a card that is a Tempestari card of that card. But that would be a Fate Bond special. You'd have to get that card from them. Something like that. Because they're not actually that card. They're just copies. They're just illustrations. But they do have
Okay.
power, so...
I just thought it'd be interesting to have a card that said "World in a Card." Just drop a planet.
There are others, yes.
Hmm.
There are literally cards that are a planet. Like, I introduced this planet. The only card that is not a planet, or no, there's the only planet that is not a card is Marshall Garden. No one's ever found that particular Tempestari card.
Gotcha.
Riveth's got it.
Probably.
You know, that would make a lot of sense. I don't even know if Riveth plays, but I bet they collect just to hog all the good cards.
Just to flex.
Yeah. Not everyone plays either, or be willing to play. Most individuals, if they don't have a good deck, they're less likely to jump to play, you know? Well, regardless.
Well, thank you for showing me. Well, thank you for teaching and allowing me the opportunity to play, and I will collect more cards.
Mm-hmm. As for Lar,
Yes.
Maybe seeking fake bonds could get you an answer to Mr. Poe's question. Because even I would be curious, but... Perhaps your earthly nemesis might also be a Tempestari player.
It's one way
Would you-
to get the things back that are not theirs. It's true.
Yes. Or you can exact the
wrath and vengeance of the cosmos on them, and they're just a little itty bitty earthly cultivator. In fact, by the time you're ready to do that, you might have outlived them.
If somebody is a earthly cultivator, is cosmic cultivator just outright better, or are there tiers?
There's tiers in everything you do. A lot of it also depends on whose home turf you fight on. So, earthly practitioners have a sincere and significant advantage if you fight them in Atmo. But it's really hard to argue with orbital bombardment from space. So, there's that. You can also beam them up and somehow force them into walking in space or being in space. There's a lot of options, but you have time. Collect the things, meaning go ahead and type into the in Riveth's wake chat of things you want to grab from maybe stations that do or don't exist, and I will slowly get through it over the week.
Okay.
You'll be transported back to the above decks.
Next sesh.
No, at the start of this session, yeah, or at the end of this session, you'll be teleported up there. But you can basically just kind of write out things you're just going to grab, and I'll say if it has a sticker on it, if it exists, and yeah.
Cool. Well,
Okay.
that's my session.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this was good. Very good. Thank you.
Yeah. We're slowly moving along, but once we fully get on the cosmic pack, I think we'll get back to cultivating or just looting Wanderer Space Station. I don't know.
The whole time. Rest
You
of the
know
session.
what? You could.
We just turn into space bandits.
Of this one particular space station.
Why not?
Find the end of the path here in the space station. Wonder's like, oh, yeah, I left that somewhere.
Or it's just the anomaly itself.
Sure.
You go in and then you die, and because you died, your path has ended. You have reached the end of the
found
path.
it.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Well then, farewell everyone. Thank you for playing and hosting, and
I'm gonna run out and get food. Food.
you better sprint.
No. Gross.
You said you're gonna run.
Run, but not sprint. Sprint is fast.
Gotta go fast.
You know I can't go fast on this foot. I can barely handle a jog.
Then go on the other foot.
Got
Then I can't run. I'd be hopping.
Hop at the speed of light.
That's too much effort.
Alrighty. Well, goodbye.
Bye.
Thanks for playing.
Thank you for hosting.
It's my pleasure.
Goodbye, farewell.
I'll probably hop on TFT.
Oh yeah.
Once I get back.
Cool.
But
I don't know what my plan is yet. I don't know if Allie's wanting to do something with me or she's going to do some more editing.
Yeah. William,
Yes.
in the Riveth Strike 2 chat, do put in. Oh, we should probably give you guys merit. I'm going to give you 5 merit. Ugh.
Okay.
Thanks.
Do put in kind of some of your ideas. Like, I would like to collect samples from the biology station about all the different plants, and I want to make sure that paper journals preserved as best as possible. Like, go through your list. That way we can get you some of the materials. Maybe you can check if there's a poison station. Yeah. So, definitely keep a lookout.
I have something that I want to do with training that I don't know how the hell I would actually accomplish it in the form of trial and error.
Okay.
I want to eventually, I want to turn into tree form, plant form, and mushroom, or some sort of semblance of all of them, and be able to have things grow off of me at some point.
Do you want them to be separate forms individually?
I kind of want it to be like an all-engrossing form, and I just
Sure.
kind of have sections of myself. It's just like, well, the mushrooms grow here, but the plants matter is here, and this is tree, and something akin to I have branches that come out of my back and they grow fruit. And I was thinking of having with the fruit as well as any other plant material, a mixture of creating pills, whether it be space pills or just cultivation pills or all of this different things, mixing it with the bees and any fruit, and I can make good teas, medicine, and then turn into just like, oh, well, I'm an old tree man that has basically several things that can boost people up.
I like it. Sounds good. Should do it.
I had a thing as well for, this one's so far in that if I ever got a hold of or control of a planet and turned it into a paradise world and allowed for a number of people to live there, a certain survival of my path gauntlet to where it's just like, well, I mean, you survive the paradise that it is because it is dangerous at a certain degree. And if you come back after a certain, originally I had it to, or in my head, I had it to where you send people out into this gauntlet. If they survive, they are allowed to mate and they can populate more of the world because they've proven that they were worthy to live in this paradise. And after a certain number of times to where it's just like, okay, you're not mating anymore, but I will turn you into a cultivator because you have proven that you are worthy of being a cultivator.
I like your long-term strategy. And it now comes down to what the steps are in that process. Because in this game, all of that is possible. Yeah, this is what happens when there are no classes in the game. Do what you want. It just takes a while to get there.
Gotcha.
Maybe at one point you have to go through the phase of I only produce toxic mushrooms and poisonous fruits, and then eventually you have a part that just pulls the poison out of your sap, and then you just have one branch that makes super poison fruits or whatever. And,
I was thinking of that as well.
Yeah. And then you're nurturing the rest with normal. Who knows, man?
Yeah.
I will say that being a organism that sponsors and nurtures other organisms, it will cost you life force, which will be health. You'll basically lose health every day, depending on the sophistication and the plants. But by that time, you're probably going to be thick.
Yeah.
Super thick.
Did we go through a whole day exploring?
One day?
Maybe
You're
one?
in the cosmic realm, my guy. There's several days that you guys were down there.
Several days? Okay.
Several days, yeah.
How many? Because I'm still getting poisoned every day.
Someone's rolling a D9.
Yes. Welcome back.
You guys were down there a week.
A week. Cool. Okay, so
it's done being deconstructed now, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. 43 damage. Nope, 50. Solid 50.
Delicious.
Is there such a thing as, you think hey guys, do you think I could grow on the outside of the ship and just gain, celestial radiance and just stay as a tree form.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. I just have to survive vacuum of space.
I mean,
Yeah,
you're
you
working
just
towards
have
it
to
anyway.
build yourself a great perfection void body, or at
Easy.
least the plant doesn't care about the 3 lethal hazards.
Gotcha. Oh, and then the only other thing that I could think of at this time, Chunpo wants to eventually be able to hold a plant or really any type of plant, and like either quote unquote scan it, but like he maybe eats it or incorporates it into himself, and then he can grow that same plant.
Ooh.
The game is your oyster, man. If I say no originally, you just go, hey, GM, I've collected this other stuff, and now I can do these things. What about now? And I'm like, yeah, probably.
Gotcha. Alrighty.
It's a lot of no until yes. There are only a couple hidden things in the game that are going to be absolute no's throughout the entire module. But I'm not telling.
And then you deal with the consequences of trying those things.
Yeah. Then you fuck around and find out.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes.
Yep.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Bye.